That's definitely not a plane. Say that's a object in space. Hey there, Pollyanna. How you doing, huh? Having my coffee. Trying to get a couple of sessions in today. See if I can't fill this kiln twice. Figure I get started early. Same day, different shit. Drinking chocolate milk, that's always good. I got a little bit of chocolate in my coffee. The marshmallows. I'm hoping my lady got released from quarantine and back to work on tomorrow. I need to sell some fucking glass. I'm down to $15. I ain't even got $20 to my name. I got a lot of glass though. Need to sell some of this shit. Daddy motherfucking broke. Chicky nuggies. Oh, deep in chicky nuggies. Those things and I don't mix well. I call it fried sponge cake. What's up? What's up? How you doing there, Mr. Homebrewed? Mm. Ken put out a new one last night. Have you heard it? Seen his new one? Or I think it was last night. I don't remember. I listened to it yesterday. I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. Able to work still. Well, not quite yet. The kiln's not hot enough. It will be. Oh, Well, I was going to play it here in a second. You got to the Gime. Oh, that's right. You do the Gime every day. I eat donuts. Coming Rain of Space Rocks.
Creation. One of the craziest stories in the Bible has to do with a family warned about the coming rain of space rocks. Lot and his family find themselves host to angels in the midst of a decadent society. The angels warn him God is fed up with what's
They
going
weren't
on.
angels. They were fucking Marduk and fucking Nabu.
Before the law.
That was their names.
May have to be a bunch of crazy
or not Marduk. No, with Marduk they were attacking. It was fucking what's his name? Fucking Nabu and
into the lawless society. Anyone looking innocent or is about to be a leading target of affection.
Nurgle.
Folks
That's
no
his
longer
fucking name.
understand
Nurgle.
different. I feel sorry for our young people growing up at the close of this.
Hey, this starts happening, you know. I mean, that kind of negates anything else going on.
Expect you
so you only got one problem.
History is cyclical. Really up. Believe what's coming.
That's how I look at it. I'm like, all right.
Fortunately, I believe this.
I'm not worried about bills no more.
Possibly not an issue.
All we gotta do is worry about the fucking rocks falling on our head. It's all good.
If you're looking for proof, it's like this thing. The eyes have it. What I've noticed on the ancient stones is that the beginning of February or March next year is the bright eye and the phoenix.
Don't worry, I'm still convinced that Ra's got to reveal himself before we get pounded too hard.
Monster that eats our lunch if we're still around. The old ones of Pueblos de Jalisco knew
you'll see it coming.
Serious problems with next month's winter solstice was the left eye of death for both Jupiter and Saturn. If you're looking for a bunker, use a month to stock it, and do try to stay there until at least the summer of 2022, because sometime in there we should have the conflagration of the first of Aries. Daniel believed it would come in March. I believe it could come a year later. Either way, by then America will likely have washed out to sea. If I've got the story straight.
Yep, washing them out to sea.
Before then,
that's the plan.
Seems to think we'll be in serious trouble with the Sagittarian Sun King.
See, that's the big problem, washing out to sea. It's bound to be bigger than the rock problem, because they didn't even mention that as the cause of death to most people.
Our nomination for the time of the solar flare would be around December 18th.
He said that's going to happen because of the fucking washing away. Washing away.
That was how long the Tables Sisante came before Noah's flood. And Noah's flood had begun by early November. I favor that date.
And you're in a good spot for that.
Interesting. Time Lord.
You're not anywhere close to that happening.
When they divided up the zodiac. Venus is leaving Libra for Scorpio.
Just don't go to California there, young lady. We're having a lot of quakes today, too, by the way. We're all small because Mama's hot as fuck. She's hot.
The arrow of Sagittarius.
The whole front fucking bubble's hot. And she got extra bubbles out there. You're hot.
Don't you suppose that might be a hint of coming drama? The angry catfish says
he did not.
Been keeled over since 2010.
Maybe he did. So it's cooling down a little bit.
We see it all.
You might see a rise
at these latitudes.
In these ticks.
The ancients very much knew.
Cooling down a lot.
Damn, Mama. Hanging out like serpents across the Aries.
Well, we'll keep our eye on it. She ain't quite cool yet.
Rush on Earth.
Good possibility we're going to see some good shakes.
Our Lamb of God.
Shaky.
And the light of Aries would overwhelm the three stars of creation in Earth's neighborhood. Orion is very much associated with Jupiter, using the youngster in addition to the blue and red stars.
Fucking Orion.
Agents for propulsion. He will fly at the red star to knock it down from on high, and he will be associated with it again as it departs our solar system in April 2022. So Jupiter is very much the center of action, both in the time of the dragon Capricorn and again in the time of Pegasus, when it's time to turn the world back over. For the Taino, the triangle of Aries atop the serpent.
What the fuck you give up on, man? It ain't even got started yet.
Before the world turns back over. When I briefly worked for the Army modeling with the White House,
shit ain't even got good yet.
With medals of honor. One of my favorite people would begin our Pentagon focusing drills with the words, "Why him and why now?" Well, here we are in this age of the dragon or beast, and we begin our countdown to fireworks on the last day of February 2010 when he got here. So now we've reached the 9th month of his 10th year, just now entering the valley of the shadow of death, as it were. A more positive way of looking at this time comes from the Mayan. They would say we're in the 6th of 9 months in which heaven and earth will soon give birth to a new creation. Water breaks in less than 3 months.
Yeah, baby, we pregnant.
So we're in for a terrible time. Here's how the Sumerians described it. He stretched forth his hand and induced terror in the land. Enlil struck out with great ferocity.
Well, Remnant, stay away from
deluge, dashing the foe on the ground shall be invoked. At its front, the war.
If I would have quit the first time somebody said, I'm going to take the fucking vax or I'm not looking at the moon, I would have never met any one of you. See? Ever. Nobody here would have known shit had I stopped when Daza first showed up, started making videos in my fucking name, trying to embarrass me in front of the fucking world. If I'd have stopped then, I would have never met anybody. Nobody would be understanding why the moon was doing cartwheels. Nobody would be reading hieroglyphs. Getting my picture? The fuck you getting all meh for, man? Come on. Grow up. Your sister's a fucktard. Deal with it. My brother's a fucktard. I dealt with it. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna give up and just give up because that one person's a fucktard in your life. Don't do it. Don't just give up because you ran into a fucktard. That's not even an excuse. Well, just all I can say is stay away from her. She's gonna be spreading fucking icky disease for the remainder of her days. I don't know what to tell you, but you got to deal with it at some point. I've got hundreds of friends and family living in Los Angeles right now. Yeah, don't give up, Remnant. Don't give up just because you run into one person that, there's 100 people out there wanting to know the truth. You just got to keep pushing. That's right. This is a war for literal people's souls and lives, and we just can't. That's one reason I like coming and putting this up here because you're not alone, Remnant. You're not alone. Don't think you are ever. Give them my fucking video and tell them that if you've lost it so much that they should be able to fucking get $1,000 in 15 minutes. Period. Give them my fucking video, tell them I offer 1,000 fucking US dollars for a NASA link explaining how fucking normal it is for our moon to do cartwheels. See, that's why I make those videos. I don't make them for you to watch them. I don't make them for me I make them for these fucking people that you can't get through to. Tell them, all right, fine. You so fucking smart. Go get $1,000. Let's split this shit. You so fucking smart. Go get it. That's why I make those fucking videos. For you to help you with your families. I don't expect you to be able to fucking stand there and go da 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 da. If they see this shit and then you put it in their lap, like, all right, smart motherfucker, here's $1,000 for you. One link. Prove that it's fucking. Prove that I'm fucking crazy. Here's you $1,000 fucking dollars. That's simple. It's that simple. If they fucking look at it and they can bring me a link, then we're all fucking crazy. Just stick to the moon. That you can prove. If somebody comes at you like you're fucking crazy, you can be like, all right, we'll settle this right fucking now. Look, there's the moon. Here it goes. Suck a dick. Most of them do believe because they don't have any choice to. There's something going on, and you just gave them the moon to look at, and it's doing cartwheels. Most human beings will look at that and be like, oh, fuck, that isn't right. It is not easy, is it, Renee? Well, that's what I'm saying. I literally offer 1,000 US dollars for a NASA link in several of my videos about the moon. If they're so fucking confident, they seriously, that's the only reason I made that for those really confident fucking people that you're crazy. Give them my $1,000 fucking video. Jesus. I don't know what to tell you. I made a very specific video for those people. Give it to them. That's the best I can do for you. And I can guarantee you this. If they watch it, they'll no longer think you're fucking crazy. That video has helped wake up several hardballer people. Damn straight. Make them blind people see. Remnant. Sometimes it doesn't work the first time. We got to give her another shot. But seriously, I made that video specifically for your sister. You just didn't know it. And it says it's $1,000 US 1,000 USD for fucking my NASA link, bitches. It's over there. It's about 2 months old, I think. Maybe 3. I used to just offer $100 because I figured, $100 get people to open that thing. Well, it didn't. I popped $1,000 on it, and people started actually looking at it. Are you fucking kidding me? Now I gotta bribe somebody at fucking $1,000 to push play. It's all right. I've still got my $1,000. This shit's been. I've been offering that fucking money for months and months and months and months and months and months. I know there ain't no fucking NASA link to explain how normal that shit is. It doesn't exist. She trusts experts? Good. Well, I'm a Republican senator's fucking investigator. How much more official do you want? Seriously, I stepped down to warn your sister that she's going to fucking die. How's that for official? This official fucking government official stood down because the other government officials want your sister to die. And I, as a government official, officially stood down because I officially am not going to sit here and watch quietly while your sister dies. There you go. That's official. You can give her that. Give her that. Record that. Give it to her. you can give that to her. You can tell her why I'm no longer a sitting senator's fucking top investigator of several fucking years. I've got decades serving this nation. So if she's waiting for anything more official, it's never going to come. I promise you that. Give her my bio. I show my fucking credentials in my biographies. Got 2 or 3 of them. I certainly hope so, Pollyanna. I honestly, God, and I've looked at it. Even fucking Admiral Byrd, as far as that goes, government whistleblowers, I way outrank that motherfucker. She'll wake up and it might be a little bit late. You never know. I don't know when is too late. Some people it's already been too late. But as I understand, a lot of those people are coming back as babies and they get a free pass anyways. I don't know how that works. I think it's just mom trying to make me feel better. I've watched millions die over the last few years. Get swallowed by the earth, get washed away by fucking X, Y, or Z. How you doing, Scott? I'm one. I get all upset. I start crying. Mama taps me on the back, says it's okay, dumbass. She's the one who wants to take us all with her. So I'm not sure how that works. Apparently, you can die too. Well, she holds you, as I understand. We're held in here energetically, anyways, from what they fucking did. That's why the creator's pissed because we don't get to recycle our magnet that we're growing. Yeah, that was a pretty good flick. I found that online. It only lasted like 2 or 3 days here on YouTube, but it's gone now. But it was a good flick. That's how all the main characters are. They warning about something, nobody believes them, but they never point at the moon. I'm telling you right now, I've had hundreds and hundreds of people not believe me, but at least they looked at the moon. They were just too dumb to know if it was normal or not. Now that argument's done. So those hundreds and hundreds of people watch Daz's video and be like, damn, maybe it isn't field rotation. You just got to give them something they can see. You just got to give them something. I don't know about boarding pass. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here till the end. If you mean boarding pass by getting into mama's Heart? Yeah, I think so. Damn straight. I ain't going nowhere. I'm here to help till it's all over. I don't care if I'm the only one here helping. I've already sworn to my creator that if need be, he can take my crusty soul and just suck it dry to help one bunny. I don't give a fuck. That's your boarding pass, your heart. Everybody's always asking me, where's the safest place? In your heart. That's the only safe place you're ever going to find during an event like this. The planet Earth is not safe in this situation. How could you be? You need to help her. Then we're all safe. That's, I'm like, oh, that's how it works. It's just how it works. I'm okay with that. That puts the responsibility directly in my lap, and I actually can do something about this situation. Okay. So now what do? Our instructions are very clear. Wait with a calm heart for the call. Answer the call when it's made. Okay, got you. I'm not going anywhere. That's what watch does. We watch with our eyes open. Do I know what we're going to see? Fucking amazing shit. About all I got for you. Well, I keep saying we need to grow this. I'm new at this too. We need to find an expert. Oh man. Ugh. All I know is the signs were given, and I'm seeing every one of them flashing like neon. I know our magnet. I know what we were writing to ourselves, and it rings awful fucking true in physics. I've never seen it, although I'm starting to see examples of it and starting to live it. I don't have any other recourse but to believe what I'm living. I've reached out and used my magnet several times, and each time it works. But I feel like I'm invading someone's underwear drawer. It almost works too well. You know what I mean? Uh, we're pretty incredible creatures. We've been programmed out of it, and just being us is going to astound us at some point. Oh yeah, yeah. We're here to help the picked on kids. Tired of getting picked on, Scott. We ain't poodles. Motherfuckers got us trained pretty well. Time to stop all that silliness. Anyway, let's listen to some more of the coming rain.
There shall be an axe, at its rear it shall be a net, its overgrown hair shall be a harrow, Its back shall be as a flame. Its countenance shall be a malevolent storm that enshrouds heaven and earth. The glint of its eyes shall be lightning that flashes far like Yanzu bird. Its mouth shall rage, a blazing fire that extends as far as the netherworld. Its tongue shall be an inferno, raining embers that sunder the land.
They're talking
Its arm
about
shall
Ra.
be the majestic Anzu bird that nothing escapes.
They're describing Ra right now.
I guess the thing to know is that back then a hoe was essentially a stone sharpened like an axe.
Damn straight, Scott. We are. So we're babies of the Creator.
Like
we're little creators running around with the same powers that the Creator has to create, and we don't know what the fuck we're doing over here.
The donkey god of Orion.
We've been knocked off course.
Down raven gliding down the backside of the zodiac on its head, meaning Earth's crushing reversal.
It's not our fault. That's the beautiful thing about it. It's not our fault. It's not the Anunnaki's fault. But once you find out what's been going on, you need to make that change and fucking fix it. Or stand ready to fix it. Do what you can. Fucking shine your light. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's about what we do in this situation. That's the only thing I can read into this. It's all about what we do with our hearts. And fuck, man, if somebody had just told us this years ago, woo, it'd be a different picture today already. I can only imagine with us being fully on human as we were designed, having this event happen, knowing what's going on, it would be a different situation going on right now. All the stuff we're seeing now needs to go on to wake these motherfuckers up, and it's going to happen. Yeah, this is just a little time we got to overcome, and I know we're going to do it. Mom's already told me it's done. We just got to ride it out and do our best. And I'm hoping for the best for Heaven. Well, Planet Heaven over there, she's had a hard ride of it.
It's a circuit from Aquarius to Virgo and then back again. In other words, now, Queen of Heaven shows Cassiopeia is about to fly upside down. Tree of Life has changed sides, and Blue and Red Star are about to shine. But let's get to that dream. My dad and I had stumbled onto an ancient open sarcophagus. In it were rocks embossed with eagles flying in the formations of our years of apocalypse. Next month's triangle predicting reversal, alignment of the first eye in this direction in February, and the second eye of April 2022, in which the Red Star begins its departure from on high. There were also dust and ashes in the coffin and large vertebrae of our ancestors, Nephilim, Cro-Magnon, and Neanderthal. 5 millennia ago, it was high time for another generation of humanity to step forward. One day, folks will look back on our time, this time, in much the same way. When the pole shifts come, remember meteor storm comes and the hail of debris associated with the lion, with the whale, and with their saviti. Their solar systems are flying through ours, so we're in for a bad few years. In a very similar time, 3 precessions ago, at Blombos Cave in Africa, a human painted a tic-tac-toe looking rock. The pattern shows up all over the earth to describe what they saw, what we will see, the net of the gods.
Bounce that motherfucker right off.
From the standpoint of a bunch of helpless fish or birds. We can no sooner escape the nets of the fisher or fowler than we might outrun a bird of prey.
We shouldn't be having the rain.
Well, I think I've told you, I'm running out of signs.
We should damn well be already defenses up, but we're not.
Problems here are decidedly temporary, no matter what Messieurs Biden,
the way is
Trump,
blocked by these fucking gate holders,
or Putin can dream up.
the descendants of
Keep your
Cain.
Bible open to Genesis, Daniel, Amos, Ezekiel, and Revelation. Get yourself a Colburn, a book of Enoch,
Funny how
or a
shit
copy of
happens.
Nostradamus. We are in endgame now, despite whatever rosy picture your New World Order folks and their designated puppets have been propagandizing. Look up in the heavens and see some of the interesting stuff that's flashing lights right now, making weird cloud formations and threatening to shake the earth. If nothing else, get a load of the Taurid stream flashing by the planet. Astronomers know that's a huge threat to watch, no matter what else appears in the works. Read Klub and Napier's Cosmic Serpent or the Cosmic Winter. A rock in that stream has Earth's name written on it. God and NASA just haven't given us the date. Take care.
The Knights Templar. The Crusade's most feared and mysterious warriors. Rumored to possess God-given relics, like the Ark of the...
That's good enough to listen to again. He throws off a lot of dates. I like listening to him because they roll with the dates. I'm thinking, I don't know. He's got some good fucking research going on. He's the only one I've found that actually nailed both of the other sons. I still haven't figured out how he did that. He's a smart man, apparently. Hey there, Matt. How you doing? But yeah, he's a real smart dude. He's figured out that we have two sons. One of them usually comes in, then the other one comes in, but this time they're both here at the same time. And that is a unique event. Because they go off on orbits all their own, and they come back in all their own, and they travel in to ours, and sometimes the one, and then they meet, and then they go back out. Well, now they're meeting at the center point. All three of us are meeting at the center point, and that does not happen every time. And I've always said, look, there's obviously, I don't know what it is. Maybe it comes in on a different side of the solar system or something, but I can tell that this happens a lot more than every 3,200 years. We're off balance every 300 or 400 years. And it's because just one of the suns come back. That's why just one of them come back. And then every 3,200 years, every 10 passings or so, all of us come back. Those are special times. What's up, Heather? Yeah, I had never understood what the difference was until I actually started listening to Ken over here. And he was talking about how he's reading where sometimes the blue sun comes back, sometimes the red sun comes back. And I'm all like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Because they do, they travel together, but they stick close enough because they have to go far away that one of them could still perihelia with our sun and never see the other one. And I'm all like, it makes so much sense now. Why every 300 to 500 years we've been having some fucked up shit go on. And then every 3,500 years or so, we have some really fucked up shit going on. It makes total sense now. So I'm like I said, I've actually found more answers to more questions than I actually realized it even existed over here figuring this whole shit out. So how could I not be happy? I know. Throw it at me. I know. It's human to be like that, and we should all fucking have these answers. It's all about us. and why we're here. There's no other reason for a human being to exist other than to add magnets to this planet and protect all of life. It really, I've sat and I've looked at our biology. I'm like, we were really literally created for this moment only. There you go. Hit him with the moon. I think Noah just had the one. I think Noah had red come around. Not sure. This one's going to be a little bit more fun. Not so many high waves, I don't think. We're going to see some fucking inundation. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's going to be those 3 mile fucking Hollywood version waves. That doesn't even make sense for what's fixing to happen. With a conscious planet. Now, if she was unconscious, yeah, I would expect huge waves again, but she's not. She's driving. Now, what it looks like when we bounce out of the void, even she doesn't know. I will say that I will qualify that. This is her first jail escape, but she feels confident it's going to be okay. So I'm going to go with that. We're still here and we're going to bounce out of this thing a lot gentler than what we were trapped into. So, like I said, I'm not expecting it to be Cretaceous boundary style shit. Yeah, there's going to be some definitive changes of the land formations. Yeah, it's definitely going to be livable, Matt. But I'm convinced the only safe place is in your heart. There's there's no other fucking way out of this other than to do your job and know what's going on. You can't believe, can't have faith. You got to know what's going on and enjoy the ride. See, that's the whole point. If you don't know what's going on, you're going to be terrified. I'm already fucking a little bit nervous about it. Okay. This is the first time, but if you don't know, you're going to be terrified. You have to know that way you're not terrified. That way you can relax your magnet. You can do what you're supposed to do. You can listen. You can let her help you. That, Matt, is a good sign. Mama needs your power. Now learn how to draw it back. And she'll give you what she don't need. Yeah, mom is on our side. We're her babies. And that's a literal thing. She feels love for each one of us. Yeah, that's our only salvation right there, Scott. It is in our hearts. And that is by design of the creator. Um, and that's our biological purpose for existing. I don't. As soon as I found that, I was like, that kind of narrows it down to where the safe spot is, doesn't it? You don't have to look any further than your heart. Well, get in there. That's my best advice. Start learning. Start unlearning everything you've ever been taught. Just shut it down. I know it's easier said than done. Just shut this motherfucker down. Start feeling shit. Well, Heather, you better listen to those vivid dreams because those are talking to you. There's nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see. I can see it. Nothing to see here. Move along. Fucktards. Nice, Matt. See, that's what we're supposed to do. You're doing what we're supposed to do. You tending to the earth and all the life. Those little plants are just as alive as we are. Conspiracy theory? No. Not when you're looking at the moon do that. That's not a theory. That's are they Christians telling you that? That I always love it. I'll ask him, do you read your Bible? You ever read that Isaiah 24:23? You don't think that moon doing that has anything to do with that fucking verse? Yeah, you might want to read your fucking book again, buddy. Just walk away. I ain't out there trying to fucking convince nobody. I'll give them what I got and walk away. You let them convince themselves of something different then. It will never happen in our lifetime. Point at the moon. Say, well, why is the moon confounded? Why is the moon confounded if it's never going to happen in our lifetime? Give them $1,000 video. Tell them I got $1,000 if they can prove it's normal. I got Daza up there proving it's not. I hung that motherfucker on top of both my pages. Ugh. That's the top troll right there. I hung him up. I hung the top troll on YouTube on both of my fucking channels. Oh God, I'm out of control. Out of fucking control. Motherfucker over there, out of control. He got Daza hanging up like up against the fucking wall. Don't tell me you can't wake somebody up. Jesus. Oh my God. Since what? Galileo times, did you give him NASA? Tell him to suck a dick. Seriously. Look, Thomas, I have a video that the title on it is I offer 1,000 USD. If they are so fucking convinced, please, God, give them that video so I can give them $1,000. It's the only reason that video exists for those guys and gals, those people. If they're so fucking sure, I've got $1,000 for them. I need a NASA link. It should be that easy. Just give it to them. Say, all right, here you go. Fucking $1,000 fucking. This is a congressman's or senator's ex-top investigator offering $1,000 fucking for one NASA link to express how normal it is since Galileo. I want to see it. They can't provide it. If that doesn't convince them that they're wrong, well, I have a bag of dicks for them. And those kind of people, you should just be like, I tried. Have a nice day. There's somebody over here looking around, wanting to know what the fuck's going on with their moon. I don't have time for those kind of people. I'm not going to convince anybody. But if they are so convinced that I'm wrong, I will refer them to my $1,000 reward for proof. And usually they get real fucking quiet. If they don't, they end up getting real quiet anyways because I'll block them. I'm not going to fucking sit there and argue with somebody that can't bring me proof. They're going to fucking sit there and do that. Write me a book. That's the fastest way to get your ass blocked. I asked for one link, not a fucking book. That's my policy. If you're on, I've blocked 4 or 5 people off of that video. I mean, like, I asked for a link, not your fucking book. Bye. Done with it. One chance. That's it. You didn't bring your link, you just brought your lip. I don't get paid enough to put up with that shit. See where that donate button goes? I'm pushing buttons. Fuck them. If we can knock it down from 3/4 to half fucking gone, we saved 1/4 of the fucking population. I'm cool with that. Fuck them. Get on to the next person. Fuck them. I hit your button. Fuck them. Now, myself, I can say that easily because I've never had a great attachment to my family. Some of my friends I can say I'll miss if they don't wake the fuck up. Some of them are awake. They realize what time it is, but they're still staying where they're at. One of them in particular being the guy that brought us the 1748 hertz on a movie screen. Him, one of my most beloved hearts on the planet. Still sitting squarely in Fresno. Well, that's probably why you're here, Matt. Us black sheep conglomerated with the marijuana smoking crowd. Decided we just gonna hang out and be black sheep together. See, we're all a little bit of sore thumb in the family. I'm sure of that. We got a few things in common over here. Number one, we've noticed that this fucking shit's abnormal. We've been the ones that look at things differently than most of our families all our lives. Because we see reality where we see that they can see it, some of it, but they play along like it's Real. Very aggravating. I know growing up, particularly with the parents that I had, um, the plastic, the plastic face in public, and then it comes off at home. You know what I mean? That one. It's easy to spot because I grew up with it. I can see it. A lot of people wear that fucking mask. And you know they know better, but they got the mask on and it makes them feel better. Makes you want to break the mask while it's on their face. Maybe that's a residual from my mother. I love being old enough to say that shit and feel confident in it. I should have punched that bitch. Back in the day, not now. I would have been justified back in the day to hit that fucking woman square in the fucking face a few times. But now, knowing what I do, that changes. All I can do is hope that she changes her heart. And if not, hang my head low and sorrow for what happens to her as a result. But family's not always pleasant. I didn't get to choose mine. I wasn't born into it either. They chose me. It's like they picked me out of the crowd just to fucking torture me for 18 years. Jesus Christ. Fucking cunts. They should have left me alone. Now, I'm thankful for it, though. Without my upbringing, I wouldn't have been who I am. I would have probably trusted people. Grow up not being able to trust your own parents about anything. Yeah, I do too, Heather. Like I said, as I look back on my entire life, I was definitely fashioned to be here in this moment. It didn't have anything to do with what I did. it really didn't. I was going to be here with y'all anyways. And the creator was making sure that lockstep. I had no idea what was coming. You had no idea what was coming. And here we are together. It ain't none of this coincidence. I can't. Look, I'm so fucking happy. Look, fucking 2 years ago, I was stressed. I'm like, God, we're all gonna die. I was so fucking stupid, so fucking ignorant. There you go. You couldn't trust your own family either. That's hard coming up like that. That's hard coming up when you can't trust your own parents for anything. I don't think it was chance. I think it was divine guidance. You ended up here, Thomas. Maybe it was chance in your case. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I'm here now. I'm telling you, I don't think it's a coincidence you're here. Well, I think it had a lot to do with forming, you know, who you are, Heather, because you see stuff coming at you and you don't instantaneously take it as a fucking truth. You want to look at it. See, what color is it? What's it smell like? If it smells like shit, you're going to know pretty quick. You've already smelled a lot of shit in your life. You've already got a good filter for shit, and that it helps. It really does. If you have a rough, I've probably damned my child to a fucking bouncing off of walls trying to figure shit out because I've been so straight with him. I should give him a fucking a curveball every now and again just to fuck him up. Thinking about it, maybe I am fucking up. Oh shit. I don't think we're going to have to resort to that anymore. Plastic's going to melt. Everybody's going to be left with their hearts, and you can't put a plastic shield over that. It's only your face and your mouth that works with. You can't fake the intent from your heart. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever fucking witnessed in my life. And we all have fucking magnets in our fucking heart. We can't lie with them. Well, I'm glad you came over and looked, Matt. That's what I've always said. People can talk bad about me all they want, but the louder they talk bad about me, it's going to make more people come over and want to see the bad. Well, granted, I am a fucking class A #1 asshole, but I'm not wrong. So the more people come and look, they'll see the truth. And it ain't to be held against anybody for talking shit on me. Some people are paid to do so. And maybe they'll make that change in their heart. Others just, I don't know. I'm still up in the air about Bobby. I thought we were friends. We hung out for years every day, talking for hours. And just to see him go off like that, that hurt. Even though I hadn't talked to him for a year because of it, just to see the hate still in him. Even as he's proving me right, sitting there calling me crazy, telling me people are coming to get my child. As he's proving me right, there's planets behind us. He got pictures of it. He's sitting here hating on me. I'm like, that's not even okay. That's just, I don't even know how to explain that. Except that maybe it was meant for somebody else to come over here and look and see what he was talking about. Divine intervention. That's what it looks like. It's not always explainable. Yeah, well, thank you, Thomas. I am talking through the heart. I'm also bringing everything that I say with the proof. I wouldn't want anyone to believe anything I say. I sound crazy. I know what I sound like. I've listened to me. My God, I'm glad the feral cell exists. Sitting there watching the old professor. John brought an old professor out from high school. Fucking, what's his name? Mr. Magneto. or Professor Magneto. That's his. I think that's what he calls himself, Professor Magneto. He's fucking awesome, dude. He always makes it interesting and shit. But he had metal filings he was throwing at the magnets. And I was laughing. I was like, you ain't got to do that no more, dude. But he's very viable because he gives good magnetic properties and stuff, and shit like that. I fell asleep to him the other night on the play all and shit. It was good stuff. I woke up, he's still going. I started laughing. He's throwing fucking filings at magnets. I'm like, dude, don't do that no more. We get to see that shit work in real time, high tech. Two pieces of glass squishing some fucking liquid together with some LED lights. Okay, maybe not high tech. It works great. Yeah, well, I sound crazy. I sound, if I had listened to one of my live shows 2 years ago, I'd unsubscribe and never look at me again. Now, if I looked at my Ferrell cell and why the closed field lines and shit, I'd be like, and I'd go and I'd have to look up the fucking shit just to make sure I wasn't making it up. Because that's just me. Be like, Pharaoh cell? What the fuck is that? It's a cartoon shit, right? Hi, DK. So I'd be all like, shh, and then I'd find a Pharaoh cell and I'd be like, damn, okay, maybe closed field lines do happen because of the fucking magnet. It makes sense pushing it away. That's why I put those down there because I was that asshole. I had to see it to believe it. Um, if I just heard myself talking, I would believe that I was insane. Well, it's coming back. It's winter time. Like I said, this winter it's probably going to grow back. I'm suffering the itchies. I'm sure you can tell when I get hot. I'm all like, God, you just feel your fucking skin itch. It's crazy. I'm Woody. I'm Woody. Yeah, nobody believed him either. Well, better yet, we've got a bunch of people now that know what's going on. My crazy is what piqued your interest. Well, I'm glad it worked for somebody. Yeah, Woody knew, didn't he? Yeah, it was a pretty good movie. I haven't seen that in years. They probably really hard on that on YouTube. I doubt if you can find it because Woody's in it. Hey, Yvonne. See, there you go. New listening to me in the last hour. And I do sound Looney Tune until you look at the moon. See that it's doing this every night. And I do. I sound fucking crazy until you look. Like I said, I'd have to look. nice. All right. Well, my collar's hot. Go pee some of this coffee out. Get busy making some pieces. Biology of telepathy from Robert. I'll be right back. Oh.
Extrasensory perception, or ESP, refers to information that is perceived outside of the five senses. This includes phenomena such as telepathy, clairvoyance, and knowledge of future events. Since these phenomena cannot be overtly seen or measured, they are often disregarded by the scientific community. However, recent research explores the possible biological mechanisms behind such phenomena. Many studies have demonstrated that we can read other people's minds. Telepathy refers to nonverbal communication, whether it be visual, intention, or emotions. And this extrasensory communication has been shown to be possible even at great distances. In 2007, psychology professor Gregor Domes and his colleagues found evidence that the ability to interpret subtle social cues can be enhanced by oxytocin, a hormone that increases trust and social approach behavior. It is not such a stretch to imagine that we can pick up the emotions and intentions of others around us. But how is this achieved when long distances separate people? Another 2014 study conducted by psychiatrist Carl Grau and his colleagues found that mental communication via the internet is possible. An experiment was conducted which proved that a person thinking of the words hola or ciao in India could communicate this to people in Spain without saying it out loud, being seen, or typing it. Information can, in fact, be somehow transmitted across large distances between people who have only met over the internet, and it seems to occur instantaneously. In 2005, biologist Rupert Sheldrake and his research associate Pam Smart recruited 50 experimental participants to an employment website. They also included 4 potential emailers, and 1 minute before a prearranged time, the participants had to guess who would send it. Of the 552 trials, 43% of the guesses were correct. This is much higher than the 25% that one would have expected. The findings were just due to chance. There are those who claim to be able to demonstrate telepathic phenomena, and they're sometimes referred to as mentalists. In 2008, psychiatrist Jennison Venkatsubramanian and his colleagues conducted a brain imaging study in which they prepared images for a mentalist and a control subject. The mentalist was able to produce an image very similar to the one prepared for him, whereas the control subject was not. These investigators have demonstrated that when the mentalist was successful, certain areas of the brain thought to play a role in memory were activated, whereas it was not activated with your heart. In the control subject.
See?
The sample sizes in these studies were very
your
small,
memory
and the findings have not been well
and your
recognized.
emotions are stored
That
in your
said,
chest.
Many scientists do believe that
And when that's
replication of any
happening,
such
a
finding
piece of your
is
fucking brain is
statistically
connected
feasible.
with them.
If people have the capacity
That's
for
what he's
telepathy,
talking about.
some people
It has
may be
nothing
more
to do with your
capable than
brain.
others.
It's everything to do with
Openness
this.
to another person may play a role, as implied by the oxytocin study. This
That's
is
a
an
mistake
interesting
all these
clip
people are
about a
making.
girl
They
in
think it's
Iran
a brain
that seeks
connection
to have
and
a
it's not.
telepathic link with her mother. Her telepathic abilities were so profound that we invited her, along with her mother and teacher, to give us a demonstration. How old are you now?
I'm 12 years old. She will now recite what her mother writes on the board. Here, 7, good. Here, 5, good. 4, and this, 5, and this, 7. One day I noticed that she was duplicating her mother's writing and able to know what her mother was writing on the board without watching her. And I found this very amazing. So I asked her mother, do you know that she can read your thoughts? Now your mother will write something on the board and you tell us what it is, okay? First this, 3. After that, ah. She's able to recite whatever her mother writes, numbers, words, or shapes and symbols. I couldn't understand what she says here. I'm doing the translating myself. My apologies. She can read whatever I put my intention on, whether it's a number I see on my cell phone, or if I look at a clock, without her seeing it, she knows what it is. For example, the exact time on the clock. So whatever you are focused on, she's aware of? Yes, yes. Can she read the thoughts of other people as well? She can if the other person shows something to me and I put my intention on it. Then she can telepathically understand as well. This 12-year-old girl can read her mother's mind even if she's not in the same room. They are from the city of Shiraz in Iran. It seems this phenomena can best be explained through a theory called morphic resonance, as put forth by British biologist Rupert Sheldrake, that describes the mind as existing or extending beyond the brain or limits of the surface of our body. The standard view in the academic world is that minds are brains and nothing but the activity inside the brain, and all mental activity exists inside your head. Rupert proposes that our minds stretch out beyond our brain to fields, organizing fields involved with all forms of life, where paranormal, distant influence can be exerted between individuals or groups through a morphic field, which can be compared to what is described in physics as quantum entanglement, or what Einstein incorrectly dismissed as spooky action at a distance, where separated objects, or in this case people, somehow share an instantaneous condition or state. This non-local interaction of objects through a field, as is the case with magnets, for example, which have an invisible field that extends out far beyond the surface of the magnet, can also be said to exist in biological organisms and to related groups, such as a school of fish that seem to move together like a cohesive unit. They change direction so quickly, and in perfect unity, one can't help but suspect there's some sort of telepathic communication, or they're collectively adhering to some sort of invisible morphic field. It's clear that the biological predisposition to the transfer of thought is not limited to humans, as it can also be seen in flocks of birds turn seemingly automatically or wheel together. This quick inference from all birds at the same time seems to indicate a telepathic structure at play, instantaneous and resembling a unified instinct. Oftentimes, pet owners also report having had experiences with their pet, which they often describe as telepathic. For example, a dog sensing an owner to set out to return home. This short clip is an
already off on some
biologist Rupert Sheldrake in his own work.
It depends what you mean by ethereal. I think it's a field. I think these things.
It is a field. It's a magnetic field.
And morphic fields are fields.
Instantaneously.
And
it's not morphic, it's magnetic.
And there's the magnetic field around the magnet.
Yes!
You can't see the magnetic field. It's in the magnet and it's around it.
You have one, doctor.
Around the Earth. It's an invisible organizing structure that keeps the moon in its orbit.
It keeps your fucking chest rolling.
Then there's the electromagnetic field of your cell phone, which is active inside.
How about the magnetic field in your chest?
Invisibly beyond it.
in your
And
chest.
now all of these are fields, and fields were first introduced into science in the 1840s. They're not part of the original
How
Newtonian
about the field in
mechanism.
your chest?
And most of
How
our
about that
modern
one?
technologies are field-based technologies. I mean, right now we're talking on Zoom. The whole of this works on electromagnetic.
How about your electromagnetic field in your chest?
I think morphic
How about
fields
that
are
one?
probably the form-shaping fields. Morphic fields, which is the generic term, cover form-shaping fields, behavior fields, and sexual fields.
We'll give you
I
a
think
central
these are
field.
actual organizing fields, invisible organizing structures. They're patterns or regions of activity in space and time. And so it may sound, the fact they're invisible and they organize things invisibly. Some people say, oh, wow, this must be pseudoscience, it's voodoo and so on. But actually, that's the basis of the whole of modern science. The whole of modern science is explaining the visible in terms of the invisible. And once you get into quantum matter fields,
It's not fucking quantum, bitch.
energy fields,
It's magnet. You had it in your
we're
chest.
dealing with a whole range of fields which underlie reality. They're invisible, they give structure and order and form to things.
These
Morphic
smart
fields
people.
is another kind of field. You've already got
Fucking
several
stupid.
within time. But I don't think it's actually involved with this.
He had it. He
Yeah,
was
you
talking.
those are very
Magnet, and now all of a sudden it's quantum.
The
It's quantum.
not
Why is
only
it quantum?
for
You were right
magnetic
the
fields,
first time.
gravitational poles, all of the technology in the last 150 years is now functioning off of these invisible fields to the human eye. It's very important. It's so true that in social groups, there's almost some sort of a morphic field that happens. If you've ever been around, especially in like Northern California, what happens is you have an extremely homogenized perspective about a specific topic, and you basically can't really enter a new idea into like a social group if they have a homogenized idea. And with athletes, there's something going on with athletes. And myself and one have played for so long different sports, especially team sports, where there's some sort of a collective intelligence that's happening that is it's in a sense it's some sort of an extrasensory perception, and there's something going on between the teammates where they're able to be in complete surrender flow to communication and sharing. So ultimately, Rupert, what we can have science do to further prove this is more randomized control trials around how our capacity to quickly learn around the world new ideas. And this can be a way for science to further probe and understand that with all these examples.
Yes, well, looking at social fields, yes, I think that there are fields that organize social groups, and I've got to using animals, because all social animals have social fields. They all have coordinate members of the group. And when you look at flocks of starlings, for example, which we have here in England, and winter, huge flocks of up to a million birds, they fly around before dusk. And the whole flock can change direction almost immediately without the individuals bumping into each other. They know not only where the others are, but where they're going to go. And the same is true of schools of fish. And so there's something about animal groups which they can be coordinated by some kind of invisible connection. And the best computer models of these flock behaviors treat them as fields, as if they're a bit like iron filings in the magnetic field. Each individual iron filing is not doing the organizing itself, it's within a larger structure of which it's part. And I think members of social groups are like that. I think that's why you were talking about a kind of consensus views that you get in societies. I mean, scientific paradigms like that.
No, they always mention the magnetic field, but they go off on something else, like it's something else. It's the magnetic fucking field.
It doesn't fit in, it's dismissed or ignored or treated as heretical. But then there's a scientific revolution and another paradigm takes place, another model of reality,
Why?
And then
They're even talking. Why can't they see? It's the magnetic field.
Sort of old style Latin American military dictatorship, where you have a kind of dictatorship that's faced by differences.
That's what I mean by, I can't believe I'm the one that put this shit together.
None of them.
This guy's mentioning the fucking
independence, where there's sort of democracy,
and he's just overlooking it.
We're still in old model of.
He's looking for some magical.
And right
it's
now,
not magic; it's magnet.
Materialist. It's coming apart at the edges, and it's as I show in my book, "Science Set Free," called "The Science Pollution in the UK." These dogmas of materialism are actually being outgrown by science itself. We're going beyond. So there's a sense in which social fields constrain our thoughts. They also link.
They call them social fields. Why is it? What the fuck is wrong with the magnetic field? It works. He's even saying, as an example. As an example. What do you mean as an example? No. As the way the fuck it is.
Sports as an evolutionary phenomenon. And then his book, Science of Sports.
It's crazy. It's crazy listening to these people talk about the actual factual and then go right on by it. Looking for something magic. It ain't telepathic. It's magic. It's instantaneous reaction in distance. And it totally makes sense.
But this is
that's our biology. I don't understand what these scientists.
And it's this connection between members of groups within the social field that underlies telepathic phenomena.
It's not a social field; it's a magnetic field. We're all interacting like fish and birds.
So I think we're linked together with members of our families and members of other social groups.
Everybody. And it's not.
Well, it's exciting to see these new lines of thought coming from a biologist. These ideas are only new to the scientific community, as they've been around for many millennia in the spiritual community, where consciousness is not solely regarded through the myopic perspective of mental function, but as belonging to a broader degree of awareness, as expressed in this short interview with Indian yogi Sadhguru.
Many years ago, when my son was a little kid, he gave me a book written by Swami Vivekananda. He was describing how ancient gurus could communicate with each other thousands of miles away.
Thousands of miles away.
Just by thought.
Yes.
It's essentially like a modern internet. How one computer can communicate with another computer in US or Europe, anywhere. Do you believe that human mind can be trained to influence another human mind or people's mind who are far away, just by tuning our mind to the right frequency? Can it be trained? Can we learn that art?
You're trying to beat the cell phone company. It's not just about the mind. Because when we say mind, the English word mind is only generally referring to only the thought process. Thought process is the most surface element of your mind. I think because of European thought, we have given too much significance to the thought. In yogic science, we do not attach any importance to what you're thinking about or feeling right now, because what can you think? Only the data that you have collected, you'll be recycling it. It's of no great consequence. Whatever is in the surface of your mind, keep rolling. That is of any consequence. What you're thinking and feeling right now is very surface of mind. There are deeper dimensions of the mind. In Sanskrit language, there are many, many words to describe the different states of mind. But now there is one aspect of the mind, for lack of time and stuff, I'll leave those. There is one aspect of the mind which we refer to as chitta. Chitta is the innermost core of the mind, which is your connection with what we are referring to as consciousness. If your chitta becomes conscious, If you chitta acquires a certain level of conscious control, if you acquire, now you have access to your consciousness. What we are referring to as consciousness is that dimension which is neither physical, nor is it electrical, nor is it electromagnetic. It is a quantum leap from physical to non-physical dimension. A non-physical dimension being the lap of
Yo,
the
you just
existence.
fell off the fucking
It is the
train.
non-physical, in whose lap the physical is happening. Physical is a small happening. In this cosmos, not
It
even
is
2%, or not even 1%
electromagnetic, dude.
is physical. Rest is non-physical.
See?
This non-physical dimension,
It's
in the yogic
electromagnetic.
terminology, we use a
Jackass.
specific sound.
He just
which
said
is
it's
connected
not.
with that dimension.
It
Today
is.
it's all very highly distorted.
Definitively
We call
so.
this she. What?
In your
That
chest,
means
you
that which is
fucktard.
not.
How did he get to
When we
be a
say Shiva,
yogi?
we're not referring
That's
to
what I
some
want.
man getting
How
up
did
there.
he get to be
We're
a
talking
yogi?
about a dimension which
So I
is
keep
not.
saying all these gurus and
It
yogis,
is in the
they're
lap
all
of this
wrong
dimension.
because they're coming from
Everything
their
that
head.
is happens.
It doesn't happen in your
If
mind.
your chitta becomes even mildly conscious, your ability
It happens in
to
your
not
magnet.
only communicate an
God,
idea or a
fuck
thought,
you, yogi.
even to deliver something.
See, that's the problem in
It's
the world
possible.
today.
Physically
People listen to
deliver
this
something is
fucker. He
possible.
can't even talk right.
So is it a possibility? Definitely it is. Right now, can we teach it to all these people? In theory, yes.
It's not
But
the
are they willing to work towards
electromagnetic.
it?
What the
That's the
fuck
question.
is it then, you stupid
One big
fuck?
problem
It's
is our
electromagnetic
education
at
systems are such, we
1748
have
hertz
glorified our
exactly.
thought to
That's
such
what
a
it
place.
is.
First, to
Yogi.
bring that down itself
Yogi
will
dude.
take time. To make them understand the
God.
stupidity of their thought, it will take a whole lot of time.
Yeah, and your
Because
heart,
everybody
at
thinks they're smart. But
1748
actually, the
hertz,
smartest thing
that
about
one,
most people
the
is
one
their
that
phone.
isn't the electromagnetic field, you fucktard, listen to him. He's in front of a bunch of people lying.
Because your
Because he doesn't
thought
know what he's
process
talking
is
about.
just an outcome of the limited data that
And
you
he's
have
a
gathered.
yogi.
It doesn't matter if I've read the libraries of the
He's
world.
telling you about it in your heart, but it's not the electromagnetic
compared
part
what
of
it
the
is.
heart. It's the
What the
physical
creation
part.
is.
What the
With
fuck is
all
wrong
the
with
scientific
this guy?
development, we still do not know how a leaf really works. We do not know how a single atom in its entirety, we do not know.
Yeah,
With
we
all the
do.
scientific exploration.
We know how the atoms
That-
work. We know
that
how
should be humbling
fucking why
enough
we got free
for
radicals.
everybody to know that
All
we
that shit,
hardly,
dude.
we know how to use things, but we do
Deal
not
with
know what it is. It will take a lifetime of attention to even grasp the fundamentals of what it is.
You're just late to the
So
party.
if people are willing to, first of all, understand, like the whims of their heart, you just dismissed
We
it
got
now.
the atomic to the galactic.
If
and
they
it
also
all runs
understand
through your heart. It's
the so-called
1748
smartness
hertz.
of their thought process and emotion is
No wonder
quite
he
down.
doesn't understand anything.
Now it becomes easy. It becomes easy to train people that communication, it's not like, now I want to generate this thought and give it to you. Not like that. Things will happen to you before you think. What is best for you will simply happen to you even before you articulate in your mind. You don't have to ever think what you want to become, how you want to be. Life is just a range of stuff. An intelligence beyond what you can contain in this bone box starts working for you, and it'll work. You heard of Ramanujan and others just opened a window with their baby, and he becomes that kind of a mathematician, which is, even today, after 1 century, they're still trying to figure out what he said. And the mathematical calculations that he gave is the backbone for describing the black holes in the universe.
No, it isn't.
When he was there,
He was wrong.
there was no word called black hole. Nobody knew there is such a thing. When we say black hole, what we are talking about is the curve of time and gravity, which is something modern science is battling
And
with.
he's all about
To use
gravity
mathematical
now.
background for
Who
that.
made
As the
this
curve
guy a
increases,
guru?
what is in existence, physical existence, becomes non-existent. So this is what it is when we say yoga. You
It's
reduce the
magnet,
curve
dude.
in such a
Magnet
way
to the
that
black
what
hole.
is largely physical
Jackass.
becomes non-physical. Once it's non-physical, time and space is not an issue. Once time and space is not an issue, communication is simply there.
Robert, I'm fixing to cuss you out, dude.
My name is Robert Shepard. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon. My
Get that
book is a
guru.
great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those who are interested. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please hit the like button and subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts, so please leave a comment below. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
God, fucking gurus. That guy just pissed me off. Who made him a guru?
In actuality, American history is far
He said
different
it's
from the way
not
it's
the
been
electromagnetic
presented in modern
field goes
schools
off on some
or
fucking.
portrayed on the big
Well, I
screen.
don't know what it is.
Hollywood has a tendency to
I want to burn
finance
it.
and promote blockbuster movies about historic events, which oftentimes, if not always, camouflages key points with a love story or some other distraction.
He didn't know we had a
One
magnet in
example
our
of this
chest.
is the movie Titanic, starring Leonardo
Can't blame
DiCaprio.
him, but I still
He
want
put
to
in a
burn it.
great job as an actor, but the film did not do the historic event justice,
Just a little
as
bit.
it concealed the fact that many influential opponents to the Federal Reserve central banking system lost their lives with the sinking of that ship. I already covered this topic in a video, which I'll include a link to in the description, but it's worth mentioning again, as it was this notorious incident in 1912 which made the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 possible. One of the most influential and popular documents exposing the formation of the Federal Reserve is a book written in 1994 by G. Edward Griffith called The Creature from Jekyll Island, which recounts a secret meeting that took place in 1910 on Jekyll Island.
It exists.
A stretch of white sand beaches
in Georgia.
and beautiful landscape off the coast of Georgia.
Oh, what did I say?
It was an exclusive gathering of American financiers,
He knows where it is
politicians,
too.
and banking elite who covertly plotted the draft legislation for the creation of the all-powerful central banking system that not only financed both world wars, but has become an accomplice in the support of totalitarian regimes throughout the world. An excerpt from the book claims that, quote, there are few historians who would challenge the fact that the funding of World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War was accomplished by the Mandrake mechanism through the Federal Reserve System. An overview of all wars since the establishment of the Bank of England in 1694 suggests that most of them would have been greatly reduced in severity, or perhaps not even fought at all without fiat money.
Yep.
It is the ability of governments to acquire money without direct taxation that makes modern warfare possible, and a central bank has become the preferred method of accomplishing that. We theorize the strategy of the Rothschild formula, in which the world's money cabal deliberately encourages war as a means of stimulating the profitable production of armaments and keeping nations perpetually in debt. This is not profit-seeking, it is genocide. It is not a trivial matter, therefore, to inquire into the possibility that our elected and non-elected leaders are, in fact, implementing the Rothschild formula today.
Duh.
While there have been some movements to combat this globalist totalitarian network, which has not only financed communist revolutions around the world, such as in Russia, China, and more recently in South Africa, which were all triggered by engineered social uprisings aimed to remove existing power structures using class warfare and amplifying socioeconomic and racial tension enforced by a banker-controlled media. We can see the same pattern played out in America today, where manufactured civil unrest is used to erase history and promote cultural Marxism. In a nation which already promotes falsehoods in schools, starting from its name, which was not really based on the explorer Amerigo Vespucci, whose authentic name was actually Alberigo Vespucci, who only changed his name to Amerigo after his voyages to the Americas. In other words, Amerigo came from America and not the other way around. Not only was there an existing tribe in Nicaragua called Americ, whose root word was the ancient name for the land used by the natives of Peru, also known to the Maya civilization, and attributed to the great feathered serpent creator deity, which they called Kukulkan, a deity which also had an equivalent by the Aztec civilization.
And we call him Marduk's
According
brother.
to Manly C. Hall, in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, quote, these children of the sun adored the plumed serpent, who was the messenger of the sun. He was the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico,
There you go.
Gucamet in Quich, and in Peru he was called Amaru. From the latter name comes our word America. Amaruca is literally translated land of the plumed serpent. The priests of this flying dragon,
And in
from the
Sumer,
chief
he
center,
was called
they once
Minar.
ruled both Americas. One of their strong centers was Guatemala,
And Marduk.
and of their order is the author of the book called Popol Vuh.
Robert, you're
Many
forgetting
Mesoamerican
one
and
step,
Native
one
Indian
critical
tribes
step in
also
this whole
record
fucking
in their
tying
oral
it in.
tradition encounters and conflicts
What's
with
wrong with these
giants,
people?
or at least very
I know
tall
he knows
people
about
in
the
past.
Sumerian text. I
I
know
also
he
covered
knows
this
about that
topic
shit.
in
Why
several
can't he
videos,
connect
showing documentation regarding many
fuzzy
discoveries of
faces?
giant
They don't
skeletons,
have them.
which have been
It's
published
the
in
fucking
newspapers,
descendants of
and
Cain.
then seemingly
For God's
forgotten
sake, it's
tradition,
3 points to bring it
except for
right
mythology
there to Peru.
or mentions of giants in the Bible. In many biblical interpretations, the serpent is synonymous
They
with
are the
Lucifer,
sons of Cain.
the fallen
Period.
angel thrown down by
Period.
God, which literally translates
They're
to
older than
light bearer,
fuck.
a symbol which
And
can
they've
be
hidden
found
their
in many
fucking true
parts of the
identities
ancient
for a long
pre-Christian
fucking
world.
time.
In his book, The Occult Connection to the Hidden Race, author
Hey,
Ken
Freeman.
Hoodall proposes that, quote, then perhaps the land of the plumed serpent may also be known as the land of Lucifer, concluding that America means the
Because
land
it's
of
fucking
Lucifer.
Marduk.
While this interpretation may sound like a real stretch for many, it's an
I say it again. The snake stands for what? What does the snake stand for? That is the serpentine knowledge. That is the branch of Inky. The eagle is in Lil. Now, what flies on all these fucking flags? Who sits over it? A fucking eagle from the Vatican eating a snake. This is supposed to be the snake's turn back over, where the snake takes back over the planet and all the sinners die because we've been worshiping the wrong fucking god. How they've been playing this since Sumer. And this is where the creator of all steps in and says, no, no more. That's where we're at today. Five, yeah. Numbers, sequences, mathematics, magnet, frequency. Those things don't lie. People do. We just heard a yogi straight tell us it wasn't the electromagnetic field. And we don't know what happens with atoms. We do know what happens with atoms. It is the electromagnetic field, all the way from the atomic through your heart and your esotericism to the fucking black hole. It's magnet, electromagnetic, not gravity. It's electromagnetic. Attraction. Static attraction. We've proven this with plastic fucking rods collecting shit. Fucking Mr. Magneto did that years ago. What up, Cat? How you doing? Fucking, we got all these answers. And Mr. Guru over there, fucking guru. Who made that guy a guru? Who made? It's not the electromagnetic field. It isn't like you got a great big old fucking electromagnetic field in your chest that works with every atom in existence. No, it's not that. Look over there. Who made that guy a guru? I'm stuck on that, ain't I? I just can't believe that fucking guy's a guru. He just told the exact 180 degree from the truth. A guru. Guru. Fucking crazy. I just heard it. You heard it. You heard it. We saw it written on a wall. We saw it in the metal plate and the fucking hieroglyph and the fucking screen. What the hell did the guru miss? It ain't the electromagnetic field. Maybe he just didn't. I don't know. Maybe he's a paid guru. Maybe guru means CIA agent. And I just didn't know. It's fucking crazy. That's what I'm saying. It's meaningless to me. That guy, who made him a fucking guru? People listen to this guy. He's talking in front of a crowd. You heard him. Music can make you get goosebumps. It's some powerful stuff. Create your stem cells. That impossible shit. Frequency. Yeah, they knew parts of it. But we literally have more knowledge than anybody, including the Vatican, 33rd degree, fucking anybody had on this planet since the last time a human being wrote that shit. That the gods didn't know what we were drawing. Make it so. It's how we change things. We just do it. It's like, oh yeah, here, look, this works better. Oh. I have a problem. My 3-hole empty. Heavy metal. Damn straight. So is Shepard going to be on today, Kat? Please. Oh, never on the weekend. Let's see. That's right. It's Saturday today, isn't it? I forgot what day it is. See, you can tell I work for myself. I don't know what fucking day it is. I'm just doing my thing. I know I've been down because of my back all week and it's feeling better today. Not back to full health, but it is feeling better today. These fucking little flies, man, where the fuck did they come from? I'm telling you right now, I got little tiny gnats flying around everywhere in my face. I don't know where the fuck they came from all of a sudden, but I don't like them. It's like wintertime. Where in the fuck are all these gnats coming from? But then again, it's been like 80 degrees. It's warm in my fucking dungeon today, you know? It hasn't come to you either yet, huh? Huh. Hey there, Cosmic. How you doing? Mm. Bad dirt? No, DK, I don't think it's bad dirt. I think it's too much UV, too much sun, too much, not enough rest for the plants because they're not getting that nighttime. Even though we can't see the UV, they thrive on it, and they're just not getting the time off because that sun's rising early, like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I guess that's not very cold for you guys, is it? I've had snow here a few times myself, Freeman, which the first time it came was at a very odd time because it was a few months ago and it stayed for a couple of days. It was inches thick. Then it got hot again. It's hot again after snowing again. So, yeah, it's just bouncing. I said it was probably going to be like a trampoline this year because last year it bounced pretty good up and down. This year is going to be incredible. Now, I said those words myself, but seeing it is a little bit different than saying it. I always shake my head. You can ask some of my older friends. I've always been like, man, I'd like a day that I was just fucking wrong about this shit. I wouldn't mind seeing it take a fucking hard left and us just get on with the magnet tech that we got, and everything be okay. But it's see, things aren't going to be like that. Things are going to be okay, but we're going to go through a fucking hell time getting there, depending on what's in your heart. So it dropped today, huh? Yeah, and the sun came. I'm telling you what, I was wondering if the sun was actually going to come up today. So it getting lighter and lighter and lighter, and I was like, where is the sun? But ours finally rose. I was like, oh, there it is. John said yesterday it came up like six minutes late. or 8 minutes, something I don't remember what it was. But he's been keeping track of it. I used to a lot, and then I'd take screenshots of time and date being wrong, and then later that day they would change it, and change the whole month after that. I'd take pictures of that. That's all on my Facebook. I never brought that into video yet, but they've been manipulating that for some time now. Before I was making videos. Yeah, those chemtrails are the main purpose is to keep the UV out and the extra radiation off of the transformers. So you noticed we were having a period there a month or so where major cities were losing strings of transformers, just blowing out right all the way down the street, right? I mean, it's normal. Then all of a sudden NATO came out and said we're going to start aerosoling the skies, and things doubled up and the transformers stopped blowing. It's solar radiation management. They're telling you the truth about what they're using it for. And if you look it up under stratospheric aerosol ejections of the solar radiation management, it actually does give you the ingredients of it and it, dispersal methods, etc., etc. And like I said, 1,000 times, I don't understand why these chemtrail people are still trying to prove anything's going on, because it's in the public. They already told us that's what they're going to do. And they had to, because of exactly what was going on. They had to double up. Their umbrella was no longer working. Expect it to get stronger and stronger as long as we let it. Even with the chemtrails, or without the chemtrails, though, we wouldn't see most of what's going on until that Cherenkov radiation drains out. And that's not going to happen until one of these magnets moves. And that's either going to be us out of the hole or them allowing it to happen, because they're sitting right behind us. I mean, you can see it in this wall. You wouldn't be able to see anything until that leaves. Regardless, how much they have in the air, when that leaves, you'll see everything. You'll see them all. We will. We'll see them very clearly here soon enough, with or without their chemtrails. That's not actually what's hiding the planets, although it might help. That's not what's hiding them. We can still see the moon. And some of these planets are literally closer than the moon. You know, that's you can see them too if you go out and look. They're huge. They're a lot bigger than in the sky. You just can't see them because they're in Earth's shadow. They're really good at hiding. I see, that's the part that it sounds crazy. One of the parts, okay? But go outside at night and I'll be damned if you're not going to see them hanging out there. And they've been there for over a year now. You tell me how planets act, because that's not how planets are supposed to act. I understand that. I fucking fully understand that. But if you fucking think about the actual mechanics of what's going on, that's exactly how you would expect them to act. Because they just locked in on a sun coming behind us, and we've been held to station. In between, we're held like a string pulled in a magnetic thing, and we are in a line, tidally locked, with the fucking sun behind us and these huge magnetics that we're literally watching wash over us every day. That's a magnetic connection that we are in. That's why the Pescis devices and all that shit going on. And it's the only reason for that to happen. And it's very evident. We saw Orion all summer and shouldn't. We were held in place. Where? Either the spring or the fall. I don't think we were in this winter, and I don't think we're going to hit winter. I think we're still held in place. I'm just not sure where. Yeah, the sky is rolling too much and changing every day because I can't get a bearing. I don't care what DASs or any of them. You can't get a bearing unless you have special equipment that I don't. I can't even get a rough bearing on where we're at in space. I can tell you that we're not on the summer side. I can tell you that for sure. I can deduce that because we're seeing Orion still doing his full. We're still in the same fucking spot we were because we're watching Orion every night, the same fucking thing we've watched all summer. We're not moving in orbit. And I'm telling you that so you can start watching it as not because I didn't tell you last summer that we were watching Orion because we weren't moving in orbit. I'm telling you right now, he's still in the same fucking spot, doing the same fucking thing that he shouldn't be doing. We haven't moved in orbit yet. So I'm letting you know this is my deduction from my observations officially because I'm not going to apologize to you next time. I'm telling you right now, we have not moved in our orbit yet. I'm a negative bloodline too. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Yvonne. It's not important your bloodline. It's important your. You need to go look at my videos over there. Gone over that one several times. The only salvation you got in this situation is going to be that magnet, not your bloodline, not your location. The only thing that's going to be your salvation is that which is in your heart that your creator gave you to be the steward you are. And if you're not going to be the steward you are, you will be washed away. And that's as simple as it gets. You might want to listen to your vivid dreams because if they're vivid, they're not dreams. They're coming through from creation and they're coming through on your magnet. Someone's trying to tell you something. I've covered all of these things. You have 1748 hertz in your chest, just like every atom in existence. You have an electron magnet in your chest. And if you don't know scalar physics, I suggest taking a quick course. Matter of fact, we can listen to this one again. Let's see. Yeah, he's got some really good ones on it. Here's a good one.
when we see Pleiadian shapes, we see a sphere of light, because
Seriously, Robert Suffer has some really good work, but his last guru needs smacked in the head. No, what you need to do, Yvonne, and I know I've told you 150 times. You need to watch my oldest video and work your way back to the top on Angry Catfish. And you will never have a fucking question in your heart what's going on, or how, or what to do, or what's going on around you at all, ever. And you'll have a lot better understanding of everything around you, is all I can say. Do your homework. And that's all I have for you. I did my homework. I did your homework for you. And then I gave you the answers, and they're all on a video. And all you have to do is watch those videos. Most of them, of course, have the ISWA. You know how to fast forward a video. You don't have to watch all my ISWA updates. Catch those last 5 minutes, though. Don't miss one of them. That's my best advice to you ever. That's the only thing I can give you as advice. I have come across some answers that you probably didn't even know a question existed for. I didn't. And if you did, bravo. So just don't guess. If you have any guesses, you haven't watched enough videos yet, and you haven't done enough homework yet. Because I'm going to show you instead of tell you. And I mean, if I told you everything I've laid out over there, it would be such a horrible thing that I would be doing to you. Because then you'd believe me. It's not going to help you if you believe anything I say. You can't believe me. You have to know this to survive. For anybody around you to survive, you have to know this. You can't believe a fucking word I say. You have to do your best to prove me wrong. That would help if you could just prove me wrong. Yes, it's only up to you to do it, and that's all I can do. I can't make you do it. If I was you, I'd be over there on my other channel right now. I mean, I realize it's fun to hang out over here and chat and listen, but you're not going to know much. You're just going to hear it in chat. Then you'll hear something else in someone else's chat, and it'll sound better. Like SO. No, it's just our son's acting crazy right now. Nothing to do with anything going on behind you. But the moon's supposed to do cartwheels. See, that makes people feel better. I don't do that. I go out of my way not to make anybody feel better about anything. this is all right. Granted, once you understand and see what we've got going on, you can't help but feel better about it. But that's the whole point. We are chilling. We are chilling. I'm working though. I don't even know how many I got done already. How many I got done? 5. Not very many. So there's a lot more to do today. I got like 20 done yesterday. Want to do that again today. Maybe 30 or 40. I should be able to fill this thing twice. It's early. I'll let them get to a certain temperature, then I'll push them back and stack them, which I usually don't do. But I want a bunch of them in there, and they're cheap fucking pipes. And I can keep track on my temperature. The reason you don't want to do that is because if it gets over a certain temperature, you can tack them all together. And I definitely don't want to tack them all together. So I got to keep a close eye on my temperature is all. But my rheostat's working great, so shouldn't have a problem with it. Daytona. That's probably because the distributor gets most of his stuff from China or India. They get them in big bags, pay like $1 a piece for some of the pipes. They're thin as paper. They use thin wall glass. I don't even think I have any of that to show you the difference. Oh yeah, I do. But it's not typical thin wall. It's actually fancy thin wall. Ooh, I do have some thin wall. So I'll give you an example here right away. This is what they use to make pipes out of usually. See how thin that is? And then they pull it and they stretch it and they blow it and make it thinner. Thin wall. That's what most glass blowers use. Oh. That's how thick my color is. And that's not my thick glass either. My clear glass is thicker than that. I don't have any open ends to show you though down here. It's 4.5 millimeters thick. Much thicker than that shit. But this is what they use generally. Oh, here's a kind of a piece. Yeah, it's only 3 millimeters too. My shit's thicker than that anyways. Compared to the fucking paper thin shit. My shit's about another 1.5 millimeters thicker than this. And that wider. So I've got a lot more glass going into my pipes than most people. To begin with, this in particular, I don't know if you can see it or not. I shouldn't be touching it, actually. That is U235. If you don't know what U235 is, I shouldn't be touching this. That's some antique depleted uranium glass. That little piece right there is worth probably $200 or $300 fucking dollars. But it's very deadly. Got a glass book that gives you all the biological responses for all the elements that you could possibly use in your glass. And gold and silver and everything, you know, it'll make your liver shut down. It'll fucking cause your eye damage. It'll do this. It'll do that. It'll do on down the list until you come to U235. It simply says beside it 3 words: do not use. And I was like, all these other things make you shit your liver out, but this one is don't fucking use. So I was like, so I feel funny every time I'm using it. I've only used it twice. Since '93. I was doing I was working on 12 Monkeys in Philadelphia, in charge of 7 sets, construction. Um, Met a guy at a party. He had asked 4 or 5 of his friends if they would help him. His dad had paid for him to be in the Philadelphia School of Arts glass program, pulling out with old school glass. And I was like, well, hi, Gordon. My name's Catfish. I hear you need some help. I'm only available late nights and weekends because I was in charge of 7 sets on the fucking 12 Monkeys. Um, he was like, that's when I need help. I was like, you know, I think we were meant to be friends. And his name is Gordon. And he doesn't even blow glass, he builds kilns for a living. But I have helped him graduate college. And every day he was telling me all these things that he learned in this fucking. It's the oldest, most prestigious art school on the continent. 100,000 a quarter or some shit, insane fucking amounts of money, and I was getting that for free just because nobody had time to help old Gordon. After I was done, I had taken after the film was done. This is in '93. The film was over in Philly. I stayed on. I got a job at Point of Purchase Sales up in Fishtown, making cabinets for Walmart and Joanne Fabrics and shit, and display cabinets and stuff like that. Still helping Gordon until he graduated, and I turned that into torch technology and started doing detail work, and haven't looked back since. It's been a real blessing. That's how I got into it. Yep, since '93, Heather has been paying attention. Um, Pretty well. I learned under a guy that was learning under a master, I guess. I was his tool boy. I just handed in tools because it's a 2-man project minimum when you're blowing glass, old world style. You got a 6-foot metal rod you're dipping into a vat of molten magma and doing stuff with it. You need a bench and somebody to hand you tools and stuff. That was mainly what I did. I sat there and I listened to everything he had to say about the molecular makeup of the glass and everything. And then once I started converting to Pyrex, I understood that the molecular makeup of the glass was a big part of making the glass. So I started reading up on the coefficiency 333 and Pyrex and borosilicates and the properties of them. Fucking amazing compared to the shit I was working with. It's so versatile, so fucking useful, so so I had no other choice but to go with Pyrex instead of soft glass. My pleasure, son. Well, thank you. That came from practice, not really any kind of talent. Lots of practice went into this shit. I would hope by this time I did get something right. But yeah, I can make ribbon candies too. Those those were some of the things, of course, we were making in the early days, making stuff like that, making goblets. We graduated to making the soft glass bongs that you see in head shops stuff. We were doing that in the end. So yeah, we were making money on the side of that. Fucking hey, took that shit up to Wonderland and sell them a fucking dozen vases we'd made the night before. I made some ribbon glass the other night. It was just about that tiny and it looked like bacon. I seared it and attached it to an egg. Made an egg and bacon pipe. I made a green egg and ham pipe. I love my job. Pollyanna, come on. You say, you gonna make me some breakfast? It was early in the morning. I'm thinking like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning here. She getting up in the East Coast talking about breakfast. I made her some wake and bake pipes. What happened to his kiln? It should be just fine for glass. You got to have a crucible in there because you could melt the glass into your kiln. That might what happened, huh? No, it just takes practice, Yvonne, just like anything else. I usually tell students of mine before you come in for your class to learn how to blow glass, what you should do is get yourself a bowl of honey and some chopsticks and sit there and learn how to ball it up without getting any. Don't do that. Learn how to control it by spinning it like a fucking axle and keeping it straight and keeping the air out of it with honey. And then you get okay with that, then come in and I'll teach you how to blow glass. Because if you come in without doing that, you're gonna pay me the same amount of money, and all I'm gonna teach you is how to juggle honey. So if you learn how to juggle honey, then come on in, we'll learn how to blow glass. And you can tell the ones that do it and the ones that don't. And you still get paid the same. But the one that does it walks out of there knowing how to make something. The one that doesn't comes back because all they learned was how to juggle honey that last trip. Now they're learning how to do something. Maybe they have mastered juggling honey. Sometimes it takes hours to figure out how to fucking juggle your honey. Depends on how proficient you are for it. The giraffe and Dingley Cobra. Oh, he tried to make a glass. Glass kilns are easy to make. You just get some ceramic brick, cut a hole in it, throw you a fucking. I mean, look, my shit ain't fancy. It's just a little bit of steel wrapped around brick, a little coil running through it. Unless, of course, you melt your glass to the kiln. That's not recommended. Like I said, I'm you got to be very careful with that. I've known people that have completely ruined their kiln because they melted their shit into it. They had to dig deep to get glass out of the brick. Metal forging. Now, see, the metal kilns will melt glass too. Have a good sleep, Cosmic. So we're going to listen to Robert about some sacred geometry here while I make some cheap pipes. Probably be taking a break soon. I'll try to keep my back from hurting too much today.
The music of the spheres, or harmony of the spheres, is an ancient philosophical concept that regards proportions and the movement of celestial bodies as a form of music. The idea is most commonly attributed to Pythagoras, who is quoted as saying, "There is geometry in the humming of the strings. There is music in the spacing of the spheres."
There is.
This idea remained a central theme of philosophical thinking for more than 2 millennia, where numerous influential scholars use different metaphysical or aesthetic arguments to associate each celestial body with a certain pitch, according to the best musical theory of his time.
Albert,
In the
not
case
so
of
much.
Pythagoras, legend has it that he was walking past the blacksmith shop when his attention was attracted by the harmonious ringing of the anvil. On inquiring within, he was told that the hammers were of different weight, each one producing its own pitch. This explanation supposedly led him to the idea of musical intervals. While I like this story, it could also be that Pythagoras discovered consonances by experimenting with string length on a monochord, an ancient musical and scientific lab instrument involving one string. Consonance is defined as a combination of notes which are in harmony with each other due to the relationship between their frequencies. Pythagoras is accredited for discovering the simple fact that the pitch of a musical note depends on the length of the string which produces it. This allowed him to correlate the intervals of the musical scale with simple numerical ratios. And this is what a monochord looks and sounds like.
You almost expected him to break out into some AC/DC. Warming up his guitar.
An important point here was his attempt to reduce an element of human experience, in this case sound, to mathematics, which was an essential step in the development of science. A central belief of Pythagoras and his followers was that everything is number. Pythagoras thought that numbers were divine, and ironically an expression of God's mind. Pythagoras was also deeply spiritual in that he believed that the soul was immortal and imprisoned in the material body,
It is.
essentially subscribing to the concept of reincarnation. Pythagorean philosophers believed that there was a close divine relationship between numbers and geometrical forms. For example, they revered the pentagram, as each diagonal divides the two others at the golden ratio. The golden ratio is commonly found in nature and was used in ancient architecture and can even be observed in music. A very simple yet effective articulation of this point was made during the Daffy Duck cartoon, as Walt Disney himself was uniquely extremely. So I'd like to play a short excerpt of it now.
Come on, let's go to ancient Greece, to the time of Pythagoras, the master and creator of the whole. The father of mathematics and music. You'll find mathematics in the hundred places. What? First we'll need a stick. Stretch it just tight, plunk it. Now divide in half. Plunk again. You see? It's the same tone, one octave higher. Now divide the next section. And the next. Pythagoras discovered the octave had a ratio of 2 to 1. This simple fraction he got this. And from this harmony of numbers develops the musical scale of today. You can imagine how excited Pythagoras was when he shared his findings with his pal, the fraternity of headgear, known as the Pythagoreans. They used to be nasty group to discuss their mathematical discovery. Only members were allowed to be there. They had a secret code, the pentagram. Let's see what the topic is for today.
Look how dark the amber gets when it gets hot. You'll see the difference.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's hot. Real hot.
It was our old friend Pythagoras who discovered that the pentagram was full of
Mathematic, motherfucker.
The two shorter lines combined exactly equal the third. And this line shows the magic proportions of the famous golden section.
Oh, a squared plus b squared
The
equals c
second and
squared.
third lines exactly equal the fourth.
It does.
Once again, we have the golden section. But this is only the beginning. Hidden within the pentagram is a secret for creating a golden rectangle, which the Greeks admired for its beautiful proportions and magic qualities. The star contains the golden rectangle many times over. It's a most remarkable shape. It can mathematically reproduce itself indefinitely. All these rectangles have exactly the same proportions. This figure also contains a magic spiral that repeats the proportions of the golden section into infinity. To the Greeks, the golden rectangle represented a mathematical law of beauty. We find it in their classical architecture. The Parthenon, perhaps one of the most famous of early Greek buildings, contains many golden rectangles. These same golden proportions are also found in their sculpture. In the centuries that followed, the golden rectangle dominated the idea of beauty in architecture throughout the Western world. The Cathedral of Notre Dame is an outstanding example. The Renaissance painters knew this secret well. Today, the golden rectangle is very much a part of our modern world. Modern painters have rediscovered the magic of these proportions.
Leonardo da Vinci, like many other artists throughout the ages, made extensive use of the golden ratio to create pleasing composition. In the Last Supper, the position of Jesus is perfectly plotted by arranging golden rectangles across the canvas. You can observe the golden ratio all around you. Flowers, seashells, pineapples, and even honeycombs all exhibit the same principal ratio in the makeup.
You don't think that's kind of a unified field, do you? Maybe.
In terms of music, each note has its own vibration, and sounds that conform to the golden ratio are pleasing to the ear, while those that don't sound like there's something off. When a wrong note is played in a symphony, even an untrained ear can recognize that there's something wrong. It seems that we're somehow programmed to understand the mathematical relationship between notes and harmony. The first confirmed discovery of a musical instrument we have comes from around 35 to 40,000 years ago, which has been claimed by some to use the same 7-note scales we use today. The harmonic qualities of music can have a profound and beneficial effect on the human psyche. Plato says that, quote, music is a moral law. It gives soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and charm and gaiety to life and to everything. A sound bath is defined as a deeply immersive, full-body listening experience that intentionally uses sound to invite gentle, yet powerful therapeutic and restorative processes to nurture the mind and body. There are different techniques and instruments that can be used. The first example here utilizes gongs. Please adjust the volume accordingly. course, there are a number of different instruments used in sound therapy, each with various healing results, depending on the individual. Probably the most common being the crystal bowl.
All of these are really for shifting consciousness, maybe deeper into these very sublime, energetic states.
So these are called rainbow bridge Tinka bells because the way they're fired, it creates this rainbow colors, and his gong is a rainbow bridge gong, and you'll hear it in a minute. And so, as usual, this is the original Tibetan model that wake up the seven chakras. And so I decided to do just a little sound introduction and show you how I managed to integrate that with my old friend, my new old friend, the wolf. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Today we're going to look at a very simple instrument, very accessible to all of us, and one of the favorites amongst folks who attend the sound bath that I've done at Peace Awareness Labyrinth and Gardens in Los Angeles. It's called the Koshi chime, and there it is. It's a wind chime, but it's also actually a very highly tuned instrument, and it has the sweetest of tones. Among other things, such as math and geometry, Pythagoras was also described as the father of music. Having discovered or rediscovered musical intervals, he taught that you could heal using sound and harmonic frequency. He was the first person in recorded history to prescribe music as medicine. The concept was that each individual object, from the macro to the micro, had a particular sound, and that these unique individual rhythms and vibrations formed a universal harmony contributing to the whole. He affirms that music is present everywhere and governs all temporal cycles, such as seasons, biological cycles, and all the rhythms of nature. Pythagoras condensed wisdom he had gathered to the mystery schools of Babylon, Egypt, and others, and synthesized these teachings into a new discipline which comes down to us as Greek philosophy, which uses number as its foundation, considered the most fundamental element of creation. To get to the core of his teaching, one has to endure 3 introductory years, followed by 5 years of absolute silence, followed by another 5 years of training. Only then were students ready to learn the most sacred mystery of numbers, which is called numerology, some elements of the Kabbalah, and how everything in the universe is really connected and can be accessed through the sacred science of numbers, geometry, and math.
Not that complicated.
Generations of later Greeks built onto this philosophy, and Aristotle turned it into a science. But then came Christianity, and for the next 1,000 years, organized religion cast a shadow over science and aspects of the mysteries that became known as the occult. The study of visible sound is called somatics, and it reveals some fascinating truths about our universe that go unseen by the naked eye. Sounds actually have a distinct geometry, much like crystals and flowers and shells. When picked up by special apparatus, such as sand-covered clay, these vibrations reveal geometric shapes that are as unique and beautiful as snowflakes.
There we are. Can you see the patterns in the top there? Now you'll see these patterns in nature.
They're unique like what? 1748 hertz on a metal plate? That kind of unique shit? Just like that. Just like that. That's how we know 1748 hertz every time we see it. Whether it's on a hieroglyph or a movie screen.
So what happens is the higher the note, the more intricate the pattern.
Or under a millimeter of water with every magnet, every
It was Nikola Tesla that once said, quote, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Which brings us to Dr. Wright.
an American inventor who believed that everything vibrates at its own natural frequency. He attempted to discover the individual frequencies of disease-causing microorganisms in an effort to destroy them using the exact same vibrational frequency. In 1934, Rice used a beam ray machine he developed to cure 16 terminally ill patients with various cancers. The first 14 recovered in 70 days. The remaining 2 recovered 3 weeks later. Incredibly, patients only required 2 3-minute sessions per week to achieve total recovery. Dr. Rice never claimed his machine was a cure for cancer, and simply stated that it could, quote, devitalize diseased organisms and living tissue. He also warned about medical frauds that made such claims. An obituary in the Daily Californian described his death at the age of 83 on August 5, 1971, stating that he died penniless and embittered by the failure of his device to garner scientific acceptance. Rice blamed the scientific rejection of his claims on a conspiracy involving the American Medical Association, the Department of Public Health, and other elements of organized medicine, which had, quote, brainwashed and intimidated his colleagues. After his death, ineffective imitations of his machine were marketed using Rice's name as a cure for AIDS, cancer, and other diseases, ending in several cases of health fraud in the U.S. While it is prudent to have some sort of quality control and consumer fraud protection in the medical field, it seems that the FDA and organizations such as the American Medical Association, which is largely funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, is ignoring, overlooking, and rejecting alternative cancer treatments, despite promising results from low-risk therapies such as those involving sound, frequency, and vibration. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets. They make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section.
Because we couldn't prove it until now, Robert.
Now we can prove it. Thank you so much.
Get somebody to corner
Please
and they'll
hit the
have
like
to.
button and subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your comments, so kindly leave me your thoughts below. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. Hidden scientific study is not allowed on the remains for political reasons, and only a drawing of a photograph of the remains is permitted. Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins, a prominent female Native American activist, educator, and daughter of Paiute Chief Winnemucca, related many stories passed down in her tribe, firsthand about the Sitica in her book, Life Among the Paiute, published in 1883. Quote, my people say that the tribe we exterminated had reddish hair. I have some of their hair, which has been handed down from father to son. I have a dress, which has been in our family a great many years, trimmed with the reddish hair. I'm going to wear it sometime when I lecture. It's called a mourning dress, and no one has such a dress but my family. Her book also tells of an alliance between the various tribes to help Paiutes in defeating a group of giants with red hair who had taken refuge in Lovelock Cave. A large fire was set at the entrance of the quarry to get them out, but the giants refused, so it was that many of them died of suffocation and others burned alive. In the early 20th century, archaeologists found thousands of artifacts, and as I said, skeletal remains inside the Lovelock Cave to show that it was not a mere myth and that the Paiutes told the truth.
For more than a century, a story has persisted about the skeletons of giants being found in Lovelock Cave in northern Nevada.
And for many years, human remains were put on display in museums here and elsewhere, but that changed. Most of the bones and skulls that were once considered to be historical artifacts have been returned to tribes for burial.
If oversized bones from the so-called Lovelock giants ever existed, they are no longer available to the public. But the story behind the legend still remains.
The iTunes George Knapp has more.
hiking through the bone-dry Humboldt Sink on a long dirt road, it's hard to imagine that all of this was once underwater. Remnants of a vast ancient lake can still be seen in the distance. For generations of first Americans, this was a lush paradise of food, fish, and waterfowl. Humans have climbed this same narrow path up the jagged mountain for more than 4,000 years. That's how long indigenous peoples lived in and around the Lovelock Cave. The roof of the cave is still coated with soot from countless campfires. According to tribal lore, a race of red-headed giants made its last stand in this cave. Among the Paiutes, like most of them say that the giants were real.
All that I talked to say yes. I've never heard anybody say no.
DuBois Monk has spent all of her 80-plus years in Lovelock. Her family's home today houses a small museum, jam-packed with artifacts and depictions documenting centuries of native culture and pioneer life. Monk has earned the trust of Paiute elders who say the stories are true, that the red-headed interlopers not only killed but ate their ancestors.
My Indian friends tell me they were cannibals, that they set traps, and we have a paper in the other room, that they dug holes in the pathways and where they walked, and then covered them, and then the Indians would fall in, and they said the best part to eat were the thighs.
Famed Nevadan Sarah Winnemucca first wrote in her acclaimed book that the Paiutes waged a 3-year war against a tribe of red-headed cannibals before trapping and then killing the last of them inside Lovelock Cave. Mainstream archaeologists have vigorously rejected the entire story, to the point that the State Museum in Winnemucca admonishes visitors at its front entrance that the red-headed giants are a myth. Bill Snodgrass, the curator of the Marsden House Museum in Lovelock, thinks there is reasonable basis for parts of the story. In the early 20th century, guano miners began excavating the Lovelock Cave and uncovered thousands of artifacts, along with mummified remains, including a few specimens much taller than the typical Paiute of centuries past. Later, scientific excavations found troves of native antiquities, along with bones. Some human remains were destroyed. Others were sent to museums for display. A few, Snodgrass says, were consumed in bizarre initiation rituals. He adds there is evidence, including basketry, of an unknown culture that lived near the cave. Record shows some of them had red hair.
There was definitely a people.
Many, if not most, of the visitors who end up at the Marsden House Museum have questions about the red-headed cannibals. The locals still enjoy the debate.
Whether the red-headed giants ever existed, visits to the two museums are worth the drive up to Winnemucca and Lovelock. The Lovelock Cave is in Churchill County, off the beaten path, but not hard to find.
A mummy has been discovered, a mummy that may reveal the secrets of an even older society, one that dates back to the dawn of civilization.
This is extremely significant. This is unprecedented. We haven't had a find of this importance in my lifetime.
One thing that makes the mummy, known as the spirit caveman, so important are these fine hand-woven fabrics discovered at the burial site.
These textiles represent an extremely sophisticated ability to weave fabric by hand in a time where we didn't realize that people were doing that before.
The mummy was discovered tightly bound up in this matting. Out of respect for the dead, this photograph and this drawing are the only two pictures scientists will allow to be publicly displayed. Recent tests reveal that the mummy is 9,000 years old. That's 3 times older than any other mummy yet discovered in North America. That news has stunned archaeologists because a mummy can tell scientists how people back then lived, what diseases they had, even what food they ate. Scientists can get that information by studying the mummy's DNA. That requires cutting a small piece of tissue from the body.
That it shouldn't be done.
And that, says Paiute Shoshone tribal leader Alvin Moyles, is desecrating the dead. The mummy was discovered near Paiute Shoshone land. Moyles believes the mummy's spiritual journey has been disturbed, and that the spirit cannot find peace until the body has been properly reburied.
God wasn't spirit. They're not to be bothered. They're put to rest, and that's where they should be left.
But scientists claim that the mummy is so old that it couldn't possibly be related to the Paiute Shoshones, that the mummy's tribe was here thousands and thousands of years before anybody else.
They do not appear similar to any living Native American in North America. They have receding cheekbones, narrow face, long face. Some Indians have some of those traits, but as a group, those are Caucasoid traits. Those are Caucasoid traits. Those are Caucasoid traits.
The two sides are now caught in a catch-22. One way to prove kinship is through the DNA test, but the tribe doesn't want that because it would require further disturbance of the remains.
The DNA evidence would be definitive for ruling out certain groups. You can't necessarily prove with it which group is what, but you can rule out contending parties.
Until a decision can be made, the mysterious spirit cave mummy will remain trapped in limbo.
Yeah, he's kind of in the legal, spiritual, ethical limbo.
In Carson City, Nevada, Vince Sterla, Channel 3 reports.
Even mummies can avoid the law and bureaucracy, it appears. Many archaeologists agree it's entirely possible the mummy is not related to any existing tribe in North America.
Yeah, it sounds like the mummy predated most of the Indian tribes from that part of it.
There are many stories from many different Indian tribes like Hopi, Comanche, and others who speak of a mysterious race of giants with white skin and blonde or red hair who lived in the Americas thousands of years ago that mysteriously disappeared from the face of the planet, but in some cases leaving behind large bones and skulls, many of which were dug up and documented in articles published in the 19th and early 20th century newspapers, only to be lost or forgotten in time. Some of these encounters were recorded by early European explorers, such as in South America. Patagonia is a region in southern Argentina and Chile, extending from the Andes to the Atlantic, and there are many accounts of a legendary race of extremely tall people that were first mentioned by Ferdinand Magellan and his crew, who claimed to have seen them while exploring the coastline of South America in the 1520s. Antonio Pigafetta, a crew member and chronicler of Magellan's expedition, wrote about their encounter.
You go full page, I suppose.
One day, we suddenly saw a naked man of giant stature on the shore of the port, dancing, singing, and throwing dust on his head. The captain general sent out one of our men to the giant so that he might perform the same action.
I don't have a
as a
GoPro.
sign of peace. Having done that, the man led the giant to an islet where the captain general was waiting. When the giant was in the captain general's and our presence, he marveled greatly and made signs with one finger raised upward, believing that we had come from the sky. He was so tall that we
I need
reached
to look
only
in
to
the
his waist
dollar store and
and was
see if
well
they got
proportioned.
some kind of camera to
Captain
plug
named
into
these
this
people
thing to hang
Patago
up
in Portuguese
on the
and
ceiling. That way you
Patagon
can
by
get
his
a
men in
fucking
Spanish.
bird's eye view of this
Traditionally
shit.
said
That'd be
to
tight.
from pata, meaning foot.
Yeah,
However, the
yeah, I'm
Don
good.
suffix
I'm good.
remains unexplained and was interpreted to
Just had to
mean
sit down for a
land
minute.
with the big feet.
I gotta wait on this
Many
anyway.
other accounts of giants in
I was
South
gonna walk
America
around and do
followed.
stupid shit,
And in
getting ready for something
1579,
else.
Sir Francis Drake's ship
But
chaplain,
I've already got
Francis
this
Fletcher,
fucker about
wrote
half
about
full.
encountering very tall Patagonian natives, saying that, and I quote, Magellan was not altogether deceived in naming them giants, for they generally differ from the common sort of men, both in stature and strength of body, as also in the hideousness of their voice. But yet they are nothing so monstrous or giant-like as they were reported. He reduced the height of the Patagonians from 10 feet to 7.5 feet. In the 1590s, William Adams, an Englishman aboard a Dutch ship grounding Tierra del Fuego, reported a hostile encounter between his ship's crew and abnormally tall and powerful natives. In 1766, Captain John Byron had circumnavigated the world, and word had leaked that the crew had seen 10-foot-tall giants in South America. The official account of Byron's voyage appearing in 1773, and I quote, when we came within a little distance from the shore, we saw, as near as I can guess, about 500 people, some on foot, but the greater part on horseback. One of them, who afterwards appeared to be a chief, came towards me. He was of a gigantic stature and seemed to realize the tales of monsters in a human shape. If I may judge of his height by the proportion of his stature to my own, he could not be much less than 7 feet. Mr. Cummings, one of Byron's officers, came up with the tobacco as a gift and I could not but smile at his astonishment, which I saw expressed in his countenance upon perceiving himself, though 6 feet 2 inches high, become a pygmy among giants. For these people may indeed more properly be called giants than tall men, the shortest of whom were at least 4 inches taller. In his book, History of the Indians, Choctaw,
The shortest of
Chickasaw, and Natchez, from 1899, Horatio Bardwell Cushman wrote, quote, "The tradition of Choctaw, a race of giants once lived in the state of Tennessee, and with which their ancestors had to fight when they arrived in Mississippi in their migration from the west. The tradition says that the individuals of the giant breed, known as Nuhulu, possessed an impressive stature. Cushman noted that over time, the term Nuhulu became common to refer to all white giants with which the Choctaws fought after crossing the Mississippi River. According to the story from 1857, the Comanche chief Rolling Thunder said, quote, "Many moons ago, a race of tall white men, 10 feet tall, and much more rich and powerful than any white person living now, who inhabited a large part of the country, stretching from dawn to dusk, their fortifications were crowning the tops of the mountains, protecting their cities located in the intermediate valleys. They exceeded all other nations in all kinds of trade. They were smart and brave individual warriors who ruled the land they had wrested from their former owners. The pale faces today would look like pygmies compared to the giants, both in their art and in their art. In the opinion of the Comanche chief, the Great Spirit destroyed them when they forgot all about justice and mercy, becoming too proud." The Navajo is another ancient tribe that provides evidence of white giants they call the people of Starnik, describing them as a race of white giants, the largest mining technology that had built strongholds along the Americas that dominated the West, enslaving the smallest tribe. Eventually, the mysterious Starnik became extinct or back in the heavens. In Aztec mythology, giants were the builders of the cities of Teotihuacan. The inhabitants reported that at the time of the Spanish conquest, they themselves had killed the last giant on earth. In the ancient city of Manta in Peru, they speak of a race of giants who, in the past, coexisted with them. The legends say they came from the coast in large boats, as large ships, a group of men of a size such that its height was almost twice the size of a normal man. Their limbs were all in proportion, and it was monstrous to see their heads with hair that reached behind them. Their eyes were as big as small dishes. In folklore from all over Europe, giants were believed to have built the remains of previous civilizations. While beards were traditionally part of many ancient European civilizations, and by extension, the ancient Middle East, North Africa, and Eurasia, as they once shared the same ethnic demographic. They were certainly not wild ape men, and while they were described as hairy in early accounts by various tribes they encountered that often lacked facial hair themselves, they were usually then deified and responsible for the world's earliest examples of agriculture, megalithic stone monuments, architecture, clothing, metal, domesticated animals, and were absolutely seafaring. It seems logical then, given the evidence and lack thereof, that the hunt for the mythical Bigfoot should not be a search for a tall, primitive, simian creature like an upright walking gorilla, but for the last possible remnant of a lost, forgotten race, highly intelligent, whose global civilization underwent major catastrophes, who were humbled by what appears to be a periodic cataclysm that afflicts the earth after long intervals, and from which we ourselves suffer a collective amnesia. It could be that the myth of Bigfoot may have a lot more in common with other ancient legends, such as the long-haired, bearded gods of mythology, the titans of Atlantis, or even the giants of the Bible. My name is Robert Stepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets that make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those who are interested. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Please don't forget to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your comments, so please leave me your thoughts below. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. Alchemical transformation is alluded to in the word abracadabra, which has 7 letters, each of which represents one of the 7 classic planetary gods, meaning the 5 visible planets plus the sun and the moon, and these 7 symbolically also represent the 7 chakras, or spiritual energy centers within the human body, spoken about in Eastern religion and tantric philosophy. In a prior video, I spoke about the origin of language, which I will leave a link to in the description, but I did not address the vowels, as the oldest scripts, such as Hebrew or Phoenician, are only comprised of consonants. I will now reveal the esoteric secret of the vowels. In writing systems, based on the Latin alphabet, the letters A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y and W can all be used to represent vowels. These are sometimes alluded to as the unspeakable name of God, and it is reciting, humming, or chanting these sounds that the vibrations created in the body, more specifically the lungs, which touch the spinal cord, that helps to raise the energy from the lower chakras up to the higher ones. In other words, whether they themselves are aware of it or not, when you hear a monk in meditation chanting Om, that is what they're doing. Incidentally, it's no accident that the letter M, which is part of the Om sound, is the 13th letter. You might also notice that one method of the seated lotus position has the heel of the foot pressed up against what is called the perineum, which when combined with Pagel can also activate the energy that is then circulated through the root of the sacred vow. This is a big subject, and my intention is not to teach it here to any workable degree, but simply to disclose it, as I believe this knowledge belongs to all people, of all religions, not just secret societies, especially the men, who are only taught porn and degeneracy in this modern global culture. Now I'd like to play another short interview excerpt on the Sethians, the seed of Seth, who regarded themselves as a specific race descended from Seth, the third offspring of Adam and Eve, a genetic line which they traced down to Noah, whose 3 sons and the civilizations they founded spread out from the Caucasus Mountains, from where we get the term Caucasian from.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about the Sethians. One of the most interesting things about the Sethians is that we have talked, and we'll talk a lot about Gnosticism in a broader sense. But the Gnostics, the classical Gnostics, as always known, they're usually referring to Sethians in particular. So they took their name from Seth, who was the third son, Adam. And they refer to themselves as the seed of Seth, the generation of Seth, the immovable race. They saw the descendants of Seth as those who would be capable of receiving gnosis, unlike the offspring of Cain. John Turner, who is one of the leading scholars on Sethianism, has suggested that their origin was probably something like the Mandaeans who still survive. That they probably began as a baptismal sect, possibly associated with disciples of John the Baptist or the Essenes, or similar movements to practice baptism as ritual purification. Yeah, and so you see a lot of crossover then between the Sethians and the kind of apocalyptic Judaic groups of the same period. in the fact that even the character of Seth, if you want to call it a character, he appears in a lot of the apocalyptic Jewish literature of the same time period.
Yeah, he was a prominent figure in heterodox and mystical Judaism. And always it had been for some time. As the third son of Adam and Eve, he was seen as the one that was Adam. It was Cain and Abel. You had a murderer and a victim. With Seth, you sort of had a new beginning. Mm-hmm. And then the Seth was not with that idea and what he had.
The Seths were also referred to probably by people outside of Israel as Barbelloites, right, or Barbellonautics. Why is that?
Well, that's because one of the most important figures in the Gnostic cosmology, and I guess we'll get into this in a minute when we talk about the Apocalypse and John in a little bit detail. But one of the most significant figures was Barbello, who was the first emanation from the ineffable God, and he's sort of the mother of all. Ours is also referred to as the mother and the father, but it's male. So it's one of those things. He's one of those interesting figures in Gnostic cosmology in which gender is used and applied in different ways, as well as the rest of the androgynous.
I often think about, she's also known as the twice powerful or the triple power, and I often think about Hermes Trismegistus along the same lines, and I don't know for sure, but I wonder if the two are related. If there's a kind of Hermetic Sethian crossover. I mean, certainly those two kind of ideas were being developed in the same time.
Well, because they're both Anunnaki.
Oh, good.
Duh.
Unlike the Valentinians who we'll talk about later, who were
Thoth is a planet. Hermes, the one that prays the Christ and the guest, he's Thoth here on Earth. He's fucking fucking Marcus Ra's brother. They're both of the snake line. That's the bloodline. They used to be
later that they sort of
in charge in Mexico, and that's why their flag has the eagle eating the snake.
So
that's why their money is the eagle eating the snake, because the eagle now rules over the snake clan in South America. Period. That's still in use in everything we see today. They just haven't given us the actual context to look at it.
And that's kind of typical of the
and understand what they're telling us. Now we know exactly what the fuck they're telling us. The Crown Vatican fucking overcame the snake knowledge and the snake clan, the Inky bloodline, the descendants of Cain in Peru. That's what that means. Into the Americans. That's what that means.
Right.
They did that.
And then so further down the emanations, you have a
and they put that in the money, on the flags, everywhere.
Usually identified.
They didn't want us to know that.
But definitely evil, right?
Yeah. Their knowledge doesn't go much beyond that.
Between the Sethians and the Valentinians we'll talk about. There's that in Sethian cosmology.
That's the cool thing. We know more than they do.
Is evil. He's deliberately malicious. And he is an enemy of mankind. Whereas in the Valentinian viewpoint, he is less God.
That's the creator at work.
Not necessarily.
divine. So they called him, Sanctus, Samael, the blind one, the fool. Um, and this is one of the things that sort of marks the Sethian movement, in that they saw the God of the Hebrew Bible as the demiurge, and because of this, there was a tendency to invert a lot of the stories of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible. Some groups of Sethians, for instance, saw the snake in the Garden of Eden. I think we'll talk about the Garden of Eden in a minute. But they saw the snake as the hero of the story.
Maybe because they read the cuneiform, the Bible canon, they were like, damn!
And I think you see that specifically in...
I think King James got his hand on that shit. He said, oh, we can't have that.
Where that's kind of the big...
Right, that's giving away the secret
of the rulers. Yeah. Well, now that we're talking about texts, let's shift down a bit. There are a number of texts that we have from a couple of different sources. Nag Hammadi Library, of course, but also the Bruce Codex and the newly translated Chatos Codex. Let me just run down a quick list of the Sethian texts that we have today, so that the viewers at home can pick them out of their local library or read them on gnosis.org. It's the Apocrypha of John, which is kind of the big one. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about that. The Apocalypse of Adam, Trimorphic Protanoia, which is just a lovely Greek phrase that means the three forms of the first thought. Hypostasis of the Archons, or the reality of the rulers, or the nature of the rulers. Thought of Noria, Gospel of the Egyptians, or the Holy Book of the Great and Mystical Spirit. Melchizedek, Three Stories of Seth, Sostianos, Allogenes, the strangers, Martinis, and then in the Bruce Codex, there's an untitled text along with the Apocrypha of John, also in the Bruce Codex.
Yeah, that's one I don't use very often.
In the book of
But I keep finding it everywhere. Everywhere I look.
Newly translated stuff. But
everywhere I look, I see my middle name.
Anything you want to add, Bishop, before you move on to the
it's not funny!
No. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and pull up my charts here.
Who was my daddy? I don't know.
Okay. So,
but I'm curious to find out.
What are we looking at here? What's happening in the Apocrypha of John? Well, let's start off with the Apocrypha of John. It was apparently a very popular text because it's one that we have multiple copies of in multiple forms, for that. It contains the classic Gnostic myth, or a classic Gnostic myth, that's been Christianized by editorial insertions and insertions frame stories. The version that we have that's been Christianized, two scholars seem to think that it's sort of influence on the canonical Gospel of John, and can even be seen as esoteric, more spiritual continuation of canonical Gospel. So let's go into the cosmology a little bit. The basic myth begins with the invisible Father, the primal Father, the invisible monad, who is above and before everything. And the Apocrypha of John is very, very clearly describes him in apophatic. We talked about apophatic theology last week. In short, it's description of the divine using negation, with the understanding that human concepts of names are insufficient. So the best way to describe the ineffable is to say what's not. And in the Apocrypha of John, you find the illimitable, unsearchable, invisible, ineffable, immeasurable. It goes into some detail explaining what can't be measured or understood by humankind. This is the God that's before we can hang any ideas on him at all. the first emanation from the Invisible Father was Barbara. She is referred to as mother. She's also referred to as the mother's father and Christ's male. And it's she's the initiator with the emanation of the additional AIs and the angelic force. So you've outlined the chart there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So she kind of begets foreknowledge, incorruptibility, eternal life, and truth. And these would have been Greek words that are kind of personification concepts. And so, along with Barbello, these 5 are referred to as the pentad of the aeons of the Father, but they're also, all 5 of them are androgynous. So there's actually 10 of them. They're also referred to as the decad of the aeons of the Father, and I just wrote a typo on the chart. The pentad of the aeons of the Father start off the whole shebang. And then autogenes. Autogenes, of course, means self-begotten. Again, one of those interesting contradictions the same way that Barbello is the mother and also the mother, father, and also Christ male. Autogenes, who is emanated by Barbello, the final father, is also called autogenes, which means self-begotten. And autogenes in turn becomes the source brother. Mm-hmm. And this is where it gets a bit dicey in the text. Definitely written with an older style of prose, and the translations reflect that. But there are fellow workers. Then autogenes emanates the 3, and then the 4 powers, and then emanates the 4 luminaries: Armazel, Oriel, Vithai, and Elelith. And these are kind of, I guess you'd say, the rulers over 12 aeons that form in 4 groups of 3 emanations. So Armazel rules over grace, truth, and form. Oriel, pronoia, forethought, perception, and memory. Vithai, understanding, love, and likeness. And Elelith, perfection, peace, and Sophia, the wisdom. So before we move on too much further into this, talk a little bit about what aeons are. Oh, good point. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So aeons, in a Gnostic sense, aeons are kind of spaces, and they're entities, and in a lot of cases, they also personify concepts. In fact, in almost all of these cases, they have names that are just kind of words. They're not proper names, but like love and grace and understanding and will and thought. These are all aeons in the sense that they exist in the pleroma before the cosmos came to exist. I'm not explaining this very well. Thomas, bail me out here. Well, it is hard. It is hard to put the finger on. They are. One way to look at them is seeing them as aspects of the Godhead. We talked before about how the monad, the message of Father, is sort of beyond and before the concept. As that divinity begins to manifest, to express himself or herself. It does so by emanating aspects. Because they're divine, these aspects have a real existence as person in the Quran. Yeah. And all right, so I just brought up the second slide here. At the bottom of the other slide, you'll notice that there's the dotted line. And this dotted line is reproduced here on the second slide. Sophia, the last of the 12 aeons emanated underneath the luminaries. So the third aeon of Elelith Sophia always, she did a bad thing. She wanted to create something, but she did not get permission from the invisible father. So what she ends up creating is just an awful, terrible, scary-looking lion-headed snake with glowing red eyes. Named Yaldabaoth, another great Gnostic word. And he is the first Archon, the chief Archon. So we talked about Aeons just now. Archon is a Greek word meaning ruler or governor or something to that effect. And Archon exists in the cosmos. They exist beyond the separation between.
The Archons are Aegean and Lil, and the new gods are fucking Marduk and fucking.
So he's sitting there all by himself, chilling out.
And then Arsu or whatever his fucking
wouldn't it be
name
great,
is.
right, to
I
have
can't remember his name.
my own kingdom?
Yeah.
And he can kind of see a reflection of perfection.
I know these motherfuckers read the same books I have.
But he doesn't really know what he's looking at.
They act like they
So
can't
says,
put
"That's
two
a
and
good
two
enough
together or
model."
something.
That's
I
what
don't
he has
know.
to look at. So he decided to create his own
Maybe they haven't read all of them.
That mirrors.
They seem like they've read at least some of them.
The perfection of the
They're
world.
getting
And these
some of the story.
Anyways. They, among other things, there are 7 rulers of the planetary spheres. And there's also 12 Archons. Do they rule the constellation? Yeah, the 12 authorities. I don't think it actually specifically says that it rules the constellations.
The 12 authorities. That's all the constellations are.
It might, but it's
they're the 12 fucking authorities.
Oh, so the Stephians had a very
can't put that together. What is going on here?
Different religions take on astrology than we do. Right. They had it kind of reversed. We think about astrology as in, let's see what our stars have in store for us so that we can direct our fate. They wanted to get out of it altogether. They weren't happy with fate at all. And the idea of fate was a common theme in literature at the time, and it was thought of as something that exactly that.
It wasn't fate that they weren't a fan of. It was the Anunnaki. They weren't fans of.
The revelation set, or
that's why they wanted to get out of it.
Set us free from it.
Go figure.
Mm-hmm. So, getting back now to we won't necessarily get into all the specific emanations of the Archons here, but the authorities are emanated first, followed by the 7 kings of the 7 heavens, which are the planetary spheres, and the 5 kings of the death to the abyss, and then there are powers. And what happens at this point is the demiurge emanates 7 powers, but because at this point Sophia has realized that she's made a mistake, and so she puts secret stuff in with those 7 powers. So the 7 powers that are emanated are Thoth, Eliu, Asclepius, Yao, Sabaoth, Adonai, and Sebastian. And then in with Thoth, Sophia sneaks in goodness. And in with Eliu, Sophia sneaks in Promoria, or forethought. And in with Asclepius, she sneaks in divinity, and so on and so forth. So that within the demiurge now and then the 7 powers, there is higher stuff. There's a divine spark in that.
And that's what enables mankind to come to life, right?
Right. And in fact, let's sneak right down there. So the interesting bit of math that I have yet to actually figure out, though I heard somebody had a pretty good explanation of it. The 7 powers multiply themselves 6 times each until they get to 365 angel powers. And in the longer version, we mentioned that there are several versions of the Apocrypha of John. In the longer version, each of these 365 angels kind of create a part of the body of Adam, which we're getting to down here, the creation of Adam. The demiurge says, hey, let's create ourselves a person that can worship us. And he looks up and he can see Gerasimos, the primordial atom, and so he instructs his archons rather, to create something just like it. Although obviously, because he's deficient and evil, then what he can come out with is not a very good representation at all.
And he wasn't able even when he was back.
Right. Because originally the 365 angels created the body. The 7 powers created 7 different parts of the soul, but the spirit was missing. So in again steps Sophia, this time in the form of Zoe, life, which is the Greek word for life. And Zoe is fallen. Oh no, she hasn't been. This is still from above. They whisper into Zender's ear, "Hey, guess what? Your little dude you made there, he's not standing up yet. But if you breathe your spirit into him, then he'll stand up." And he does, and Adam stands up, and then that's when all the trouble begins, right?
Right, and
because they finally added earth element in the clay bowl.
By the threat.
That's what
that's
what you're talking about right there.
And it was quite shocked, along with the other rulers, when they see that.
Right.
They realized that he was superior to the Autobots.
Right. And that comes about because now this is where Zoe comes in. But Zoe is the fallen version of Sophia, the version of Sophia that exists within the cosmos. Sophia, Zoe hides within Adam, and the Demiurge and the Archons try and remove that power from Adam and place it in another creature, Eve, that they have created out of clay, in order to.
And we heard that actually,
so this
fucking the lady put him to sleep.
They put it into the
Took it out of Inky's wrist.
So now this power, or the epinoia of life, as it's called in the text,
put it in the Dabu.
now resides in Eve. And so,
and
Eve is now the one with the divine spark. And Adam recognizes that. And this is the point in the Genesis
then
story
they had
where
Cain
they realize
and Abel.
Right, and the rulers saw paradise in the Garden of Eden as a place to keep Adam and Eve back.
Right.
And they commanded them, they allowed them to be the philosophy of life, which is really the success.
Rather Cain and Abel.
He absolutely forbade them to eat the of knowledge, the hypnosis. Essentially trying to keep them dumb and fast in the garden.
Yeah. And then Sophia, Zoe, appears in the form of an eagle on the Tree of Life, teaches them all about what's going on, and at this point, the Demiurge decides to essentially rape Eve because he wants to trap her power through the act of sexual intercourse. And this, according to the Gnostics, is the origin of sexual intercourse. But
Sophia according to the fucking
through the help of intercession from above, and Cain and Abel are born as the children of Eve and the Demiurge. They're also known as
the first civilized
Elohim and Yahweh. I think there are 2 other names, although I didn't write that down. And so those are kind of tongue-in-cheek references to other names for God in the Old Testament and Hebrew Bible. But then Adam and Eve have together Seth, and the rest is history.
And Seth was in the image of heaven.
Semite,
right?
Yeah.
He's a Semite.
He is the actual divine, the actual earthly reflection of the divine Gerasimos.
And prior to the interaction with the Christian community, the Sethian community saw Seth as the redeemer.
Right.
Before adopting
the divine
Christian language. That's where the Christian lost that came a little bit later.
Yeah, and then even after the Christian lost, the
there was a version of Sethianism where Jesus was actually a reincarnation of Seth.
Right. Yeah, while they probably originated, as you said, among apocalyptic groups, they sort of transitioned into Christianity. Ended up with the mashup Sethianism and mixed Christianity. And then as the sort of homogenized Orthodoxy or proto-Orthodoxy began to take over the church, they sort of went their separate ways. And I think John Turner and others said that they took on a more Platonic divided under Plato, but were rejected by the Neoplatonists because largely on the grounds that the Neoplatonists, the demiurge was absolutely a wonderful creature, and to the Sethians he was precisely the opposite. So they didn't really find a home among the Neoplatonists, and then later on sort of scattered into several different groups. The Orvarites, the Pontiffs, the Gibeonites, the Audians, and some of these groups continued on for some time, even in the early Middle Ages.
Yeah, ideas that stick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after this emanations and the creation story, the text goes on to talk about, well, it has a dialogue between Jesus, the offended Jesus, and John, who answers a lot of questions for him about the different ways that people will be, that the different types of souls, how they'll be treated after they die, and all of that. And you can read that for yourself. It's not a very long text, but it certainly got lots of stuff in there for you to chew over for the rest of your life. Before we go on to our show closing business here, we did have one question from you two, my friend John. Was Barbella unique to the Sethians, or was she more widely known?
The only place that I see the reference is in the sense. And they were sort of identified with. I don't think people are
Right. It's certainly not outside of the Gnostic circles. I mean, Barbello, I don't think, was a Platonic figure.
No, and folks don't even sure exactly what it is.
Barbello refers to the first emanation of God in Gnosticism, often depicted as a supreme female entity that referred to as mother, father, so androgynous. He was also a trinity. In the book of John, also part of the non-Hamad library, the Barbello is described as the first power, the glory, Barbello, the perfect glory in the Eon, the glory of revelation. The text describes her as, quote, this is the first thought, his image, he became the root of everything, for it is he who is prior to them all, the mother, father, the first man, Anthropos, the Holy Spirit, the thrice male, the thrice powerful, thrice named, androgynous one, and the eternal Eon among the invisible ones, and the first to come forth. Epiphanius of Salamis, the oracle of Palestine, was the bishop of Salamis, Cyprus, at the end of the 4th century. He is considered a saint and a church father by both the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. His most important work involved documenting a very large compilation of the heresy up to his own time, full of quotations that are often the only surviving fragments of suppressed text. An example comes from the book of Noria, Noah's legendary wife. Quote, for Noah was obedient to the Archon, they say, but Noria revealed the powers on high in Barbello, the scion of the powers the opposite of the Archon as the other powers are. And she intimated that what has been taken from the mother on high by the Archon who made the world, and others with him, gods, demons, and angels,
must be gathered from the power in the body through the male and female emission. This is referring to tantric rituals and the goal of attaining primordial spiritual unity through erotic bliss and the consumption of bodily fluid. In esoteric interpretations of the Garden of Eden story, the serpent plays the role of the trickster.
Over that, I've heard that number before.
We'll come back to end times and creation. One of the craziest stories in the Bible has to do with a family warned about coming rain of space rocks. God and his family find themselves host to angels in the midst of a decadent society. The angels warn him God is fed up with what's going on, and Lot needs to get his family far away before the lawgiver strikes.
Hola, amigo.
The populaces may not be a bunch of crazy.
Oh, you have a good night, son.
Who want to make it with the visiting angels. It describes our soon-to-be lawless society. Anyone looking innocent or religious is about to be a leading target of affection and disdain. Folks no longer understand the difference.
Sit down for a moment.
We're sorry for our young people.
Where's my butthole?
At the close of the Kali Yuga. We can't expect you to believe
God, my
history
child's fucking
is cyclical,
crammed already.
or that our time is nearly up.
Full of
Most won't
things.
believe what's coming until it affects everything they see.
I have an issue.
Unfortunately, I believe the space rock was the third or fourth act in the play. Possibly not an issue until the lion comes this way early next year. If you're looking for proof, it's like this scene in Parliament. The eyes have it. What I've noticed on the ancient stones is that began to February or March next year is the
Hey, Glenn.
bright
I think John was saying goodnight to son.
Son took off. 2022 is the darker one.
And Nicholas.
A monster that eats our lunch if we're still around. The old ones of Abuelos de Jalisco knew our most serious problems began with next month's winter solstice. Was the left eye of death for both Jupiter and Saturn. So if you're heading for a bunker, you have a month to stock it, and do try to stay there until at least the summer.
I keep missing that. I gotta rewind it.
Because sometime
Why? What's going on?
The conflagration of first varies.
Because
Daniel believed it would come in March.
Conflagration.
I believe it could come a year later.
I don't think it's going to come that soon. I think we're going to have more flooding first.
Describes our soon-to-be lawless society. Anyone looking innocent or religious is about to be a leading target of affection and disdain. Folks no longer understand the difference. I feel sorry for our young people growing up at the close of this Kali Yuga. I can't expect you to believe me when I say history is cyclical, or that our time is nearly up. Most won't believe what's coming until it affects everything they see. Fortunately, I believe the space rocks are the third or fourth act in the play.
Yeah, me too.
Possibly not an issue until the lion comes this way early next year.
I don't think so.
If you're looking for proof, it's like the scene in Parliament. The eyes have it.
Well,
what I've noticed on the ancient stones is that the big event of February or March next year is the bright eye and the phoenix. And the second eye event of April 2022 is the darker one, a monster that eats our lunch if we're still around. The old ones of Abuelos de Jalisco knew our most serious problems began with next month's winter solstice. It was the left eye of death for both Jupiter and Saturn. So if you're heading for a bunker, you have a month to stock it, and do try to stay there until at least the summer of 2022, because sometime in there we should have the conflagration of the first of Aries. Daniel believed it would come in March. I believe it could come a year later. Either way, by then America will most likely have washed out to sea, if I've got the story straight. Before then, the Bible seems to think we'll be in serious trouble with the Sagittarian Sun King in a time I call the first pillar event. The second one, involving our first pole shift, takes place in Capricorn in mid-February. My nomination for the time of the solar flare would be around December 18th, not because it's 11 days prior to the big day of Baal, though that is a factor. That was how long the Telusisante came before Noah's flood, and Noah's flood had begun by early November. I favor that day because it seems to have been interesting to the Time Lords, Enki and Marduk, when they divided up the zodiac. Venus is leaving Libra for Scorpio. Jupiter and Saturn are giving up Sagittarius for Capricorn. Sol and Mercury are giving up Ophiuchus for Sagittarius. And the sun is just where Merlin told us it would light up. It has the arrow of Sagittarius, the spear of Centaurus, and the stinger of Scorpio pointed right at it. Don't you suppose that might be a hint of coming drama? The angry catfish says Earth has been keeled over since 2010. So much so that we see it all summer, which is unheard of at these latitudes. The ancients very much knew this would be the time Red Star would be hanging out like serpents across the Aries-Virgo horizon, then making a rush on Earth, while Orion and his dogs would slay our Lamb of God sun, and the light of Aries would overwhelm the three stars of creation in Earth's neighborhood. Orion is very much associated with Jupiter, using the youngster in addition to the blue and red stars as his agents for pole shift. He will fly at the red star to knock it down from on high, and he will be associated with it again as it departs our solar system in April 2022. So Jupiter is very much the center of action, both in the time of the dragon Capricorn and again in the time of Pegasus, when it's time to turn the world back over. For the Taino, the triangle of Aries atop the serpent was Jupiter lined up with the vernal equinox before the world turns back over. When I briefly worked for the Army, honoring with the White House a few ancient warriors with medals of honor, one of my favorite people would begin a Pentagon focusing drills with the words, "Why him and why now?" Well, here we are in this age of the dragon or beast, and we began our countdown to fireworks on the last day of February 2010 when he got here. So now we've reached the 9th month of his 10th year, just now entering the valley of the shadow of death, as it were. The more positive way of looking at this time comes from the Maya. They would say we're in the 6th of 9 months in which heaven and earth will soon give birth to a new creation. Water breaks in less than 3 months. So we're in for a terrible time. Here's how the Sumerians described it. He stretched forth his hand and induced terror in the land. Enlil struck out with great ferocity. He announced a deluge, dashing the hoe on the ground shall be invoked. At its front the war shall be an axe. At its rear it shall be a neck. Its overgrown hair shall be a harrow. Its back shall be as a flame. Its countenance shall be a malevolent storm that enshrouds heaven and earth. The glint of its eyes shall be lightning that flashes far like the Anzu bird. Its mouth shall rage, a blazing fire that extends as far as the netherworld. Its tongue shall be an inferno, raining embers that sunder the land. Its arms shall be the majestic Anzu bird that nothing escapes when it spreads wide its talons. I guess the thing to know is that back then a hoe was essentially a stone sharpened like an axe and tied to a stick. So the little diorite stone shaped there like a tooth would do the job. The ancients decorated it with a phoenix, a triple-crowned lion sporting a cobra Urius, the donkey god of Orion, and a little upside-down raven gliding down the backside of the zodiac on its head, meaning Earth's crushing reversal comes down on us, just as the raven nearly completes its circuit from Aquarius to Virgo and then back again. In other words, now. In the heavens shows Cassiopeia is about to fly upside down. Three flags have changed sides, and blue and red star are about to shine. So let's get to that dream. My dad and I had stumbled onto an ancient open sarcophagus. In it were rocks embossed with eagles, flying in the formations of our years of apocalypse. Next month's triangle, predicting reversal, alignment of the first eye in this direction in February, and the second eye of April 2022, in which the red star begins its departure from on high. There were also dust and ashes in the coffin, and large vertebrae of our ancestors, messaging Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal. 5 millennia ago, it was high time for another generation of humanity to step forward. One day, folks will look back on our time, this time, in much the same way. When pole shifts come, the number of meteor storms comes and the hail of debris associated with the lion, with the whale, and with their Suzuki. Their solar systems are flying through ours, so we're in for a bad few years. In a very similar time, 3 precessions ago, at Columbus Cave in Africa, a human came to that tic-tac-toe looking rock. The pattern shows up all over the earth to describe what they saw, what we will see, in that of the gods. The Sumerians looked at this net from the standpoint of a bunch of helpless fish or birds. We can no sooner escape the nets of the fisher or fowler than we might outrun the bird of prey. Well, I think I've told you, I'm running out of time. As near as I can tell, our problems here are decided to be temporary, no matter what Messier, Biden, Trump, Xi Jinping, or Putin can dream up. Keep your Bible open to Genesis, Daniel, Amos, Ezekiel, and Revelation. Get yourself a Colburn, a Book of Enoch, or a copy of Nostradamus. We are in endgame now, despite whatever rosy picture the New World Order folks and their designated puppets have been propagandizing. Look up in the heavens and see some of the interesting stuff that's flashing lights right now, making weird cloud formations and threatening to take the Earth. If nothing else, get a load of the power stream flashing by the planet. Astronomers know that's a huge threat to watch, no matter what else appears in the work. These Kuba Napier's cosmic serpents, or the cosmic winter. A rock in that stream has Earth's name written on it. God and NASA just haven't given us the date. Take care.
The Knights Templar. The Crusade's most feared and mysterious warriors. Rumored to possess God-given relics like the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail. With armies and strongholds spanning 3 continents. They were richer than kings and popes, and that's exactly who brought them down. In 1307, the Templars were hunted to extinction and vanished. Or did they? Could the Templars and their powerful relics actually have survived and later transformed into secret societies that still exist today? 2 investigators are embarking on a journey to test that theory.
The Templars were the special forces units of their day. Organizations like that don't just disappear.
Mikey Kay spent years in the British military, hunting down terrorists across the Middle East and Europe. Garth Baldwin is an archaeologist who has conducted excavations in combat zones around the world.
We're investigating whether or not the Templars disappeared off the face of the earth, or did they go underground?
Together, they'll use the latest technology and tracking tools to investigate an ancient mystery. What happened to the Knights Templar?
Here we are.
Archaeologist Garth Baldwin and military expert Mikey Kay arrive in Royston, England, a small village 40 miles north of London. After 1307, the Templars all but vanished from the historical record. Almost no evidence remains of the Knights' true fate. The clues that the order survived may be buried beneath this sleepy town. A flurry of recent headlines allege the Templars may have used a cave in Royston as a hideout long after history said they had been annihilated.
This little town here in Middle England might hold some of the best evidence that we have. It could boost the working theory that the Templars went underground.
There you go.
Sit down. Why was the Templar in 1307? I'm being hunted. From a military perspective, everything has to be in the shadows. You know, bad space will be with it. An accent allowed to be word. This is serious. Yeah. And another one. And another one. And another one.
Among the hundreds of mysterious images, one stands out.
The hands with the hearts on them? There's one there.
Experts believe that for the Templars, the heart symbolizes the Holy Grail, a representation of where the spiritual and the physical meet. The Holy Grail's existence and form have been debated for centuries. Some describe it as a chalice, the cup that held Christ's blood at the
Grail is in your chest, baby.
Others have said it's a stone from beyond the earth, or ancient mystical scrolls.
Symbols, the icons, really have a strong indication that it is Templar related.
Centuries of moisture and decay make it impossible to carbon date the carvings, but the images could help establish a timeline. Royston cave expert James Robinson joins the team.
If you look over here, there's a small figure that may represent Shaktamore, the last Grand Master of the Temple, showing an image to his position as being burned at the stake, wearing what would appear to be a heretic's cap.
Roland was executed for heresy in 1314, 7 years after the fall of the Templars. His carving could mean whoever chiseled these walls did so long after history says the Templars were gone.
This is where they ended that group here, hiding out on the ground. This is compelling. There would have been factions of the Templars that would not have given up under any circumstances. Maybe it was a group that just wouldn't say die.
The symbols in Royston suggest that at least some Templars survived well after their alleged end in 1307. When the order disappeared, they had tens of thousands of men spread over 12 countries, the equivalent of billions of dollars in riches, and possibly the world's most powerful holy relics. If the Templars went underground, they would have needed more than one small cave. But with nearly no archives or written records of the Templars after 1307, the team will need a unique approach to investigate their true fate.
Templars never
Probably one of the most resilient organizations in the history of warfare. Time and time and time again, they've been beaten down and they've managed to survive. As a military strategist, looking at an organization in crisis is the best way to truly understand their tactics.
In the 200 years before the Templars officially...
And nobody ever mentions the Hospitallers. The Hospitallers work hand in hand with the Templars
investigating
in
the strategies
Jerusalem,
and tactics the Templars used during these
and they
Russian
remain
superstition may
to
shed
this
light
day.
on how the Knights could
The
have pulled off one of
Hospitallers.
the greatest escapes.
I don't know if you ever heard of them, but they're a real thing. Just like the so-called Knights Templars. But they never got disbanded
To consult with
to
world-renowned
this day.
Templar expert Dan Jones to look at the Templars' track record of surviving against impossible odds.
They were a serious military outfit.
Fucking
The elite warriors
day.
of their day, and they're taking religious vows. And that's quite an unusual combination.
I've been doing my
because
homework there
for a lot of
too,
the Middle
on
Ages
this
guys,
side of the
killer,
fucking family.
we've been
Because this is the
God.
eagle side.
The
I've been
idea
knocking on the
was
snake
also
side and they
their
fucking
lives
closed their
to
borders.
religion was revolutionary. Instead of murdering people
Because the
for sin
eagle side told them to.
and preventing you going to heaven, this was now doing God's work.
What's that? The all-seeing eye? They got the all-seeing eye in Lil. John knows all about that all-seeing eye in Lil.
The Templars were born out of the Crusades, a medieval world war.
He'll teach you how to read it.
Christian and Muslim kingdoms across the globe, all battling for control of the Holy Land, the area of modern-day Israel. In 1119, the Templars began in Jerusalem as 9 poor knights defending Christian pilgrims.
The original Templars decided to set up an armed bodyguard for pilgrims on the roads around Jerusalem, but they grew to become a medieval superpower.
The United States took 170 years to become a true world superpower, but in less than 20 years, the Templars exploded from 9 to over 20,000 members with unimaginably vast riches.
People couldn't believe that an organization so big, so powerful, so wealthy can come from nowhere.
Some have attributed the Templars' meteoric rise to possession of powerful relics like the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail.
This
Navajo has the Ark.
Most feared organizations in the world.
One
In
of
an
them.
age where countries didn't have standing armies, the Templars were.
They don't have
standing
access
army.
to it anymore.
But it all nearly came to an end in 1187.
1187 was the first big catastrophe for the Templars. It's when they lost Jerusalem and suddenly found themselves in a war for survival.
7 decades after the founding of the order, the holy city they were sworn to defend was conquered by a massive Muslim army from Syria and Egypt, and the Templars faced extinction.
It looked for a moment like there was no way back. Jerusalem is where Christ had died, so all of Jerusalem was like an epic, world-changing event. Incredibly important.
1187 was history's first example of the Templars surviving annihilation against impossible odds.
Oh.
The question is, how?
Well, then I'll just shut
Tactics the
shut
Templars
the
used to
fuck
escape
up.
destruction in Jerusalem will give Mikey and God
Smoke some
vital
marijuana.
clues into how they
How's
could
that?
have pulled off the
Huh?
ultimate escape
Huh?
in 1307.
I smoke some marijuana.
Place to start. We need to get boots on the ground.
God. Woo.
Temple Mount. It's the intersection of the 3 main religions. It's where God spoke to Abraham. It's where the prophet Muhammad descended to heaven, and that's where the Bible says that the Ark of the Covenant was kept.
I don't have any idea.
That's where the Templars had their headquarters.
During their reign in Jerusalem from 1119 to 1187, the Templars converted their Temple Mount headquarters into a massive military complex.
That motherfucker right there,
Hundreds of the world's
he gonna show you how to read the all-seeing eye
reinforced its walls
of motherfucking hanging out in the sky
with firepower.
in little monitors.
It was the perfect place to safeguard their holy relics.
They talk about that shit in the cuneiforms. And then all of a sudden, here's John. He's using this in little monitor, and I'm all like, all right, looky here, Mr. Anunnaki, dude. I see you're all senile. I can't help it. I read the book. I had Josh Reeves read it to me. I know whose eyes what and sees who. And John knows it too. Yeah, except for lately, John, because lately we can just have it either way. Depends on the mood, I guess. I've seen us get hit by density just a little bit, and the wind just like hangs out. And it's like, damn. And it go up, so they go down. And it's like, well, sometimes I think that's because we're pushing and making it more dense. When that happens, when the exact opposite of what should happen happens, I think that's because we're bouncing from one of those close. I mean, that's what we've talked about it. I think sometimes we're actually seeing the density increase because we're pushing forward. But normally, John's going to tell you how the in-low monitor works. But lately, I mean, normal's becoming new every day. Something new. It's hard to fucking keep up with all the new normals coming out anymore.
But military expert Mikey King and archaeologists testing a different theory that the Knights escaped eventually transformed the secret societies still exist today, using strategy and tactics.
Yeah, when we're seeing cow farts on this one, I think we might be being pushed forward a little bit. It's what the arrows are indicating sometimes, but sometimes it's showing normal when we actually get hit with density. The shit slows down. Yesterday's little event was, well, that wasn't actually a normal event. I know I said it was normal cow farts. I was just kidding. John can explain it to you though. See, but wait a minute. Did John make a video today? You make a video today, John? See, sometimes John will explain the words coming out of my face for y'all. He'll be like, look, this is what catfish meant. I love you, John.
With Saladin attacking the southern wall, the Templars needed an underground escape path.
Oh God. I almost shit myself first time he did that. I was like, oh my God. See, we went over here with what this is what he meant to say. What he was talking about. I'm like, without the cussing too. I mean, it's fucking amazing. What's up, Shunker? How you doing?
Massive labyrinth of caves sits 800 yards from the Templars' headquarters. Much of the cave system.
Maybe because the magnetic compression's coming from that general region of the universe. Have you looked out at night, Shunker, while you're out there traveling around doing things of traveling nature? And you should have come by my way, at least honk the horn if you didn't want to smoke a bowl, But, glad you're in South Dakota. Fuck off.
Stories below Jerusalem's Muslim.
Oh, you're in Texas now. Okay. Oh, bummer. I'm sorry to hear that.
the largest quarry in Jerusalem, where massive limestone blocks used to build the city above were harvested for thousands of years. Could this maze of tunnels have been used as an escape tactic by the Templars? It's a big subterranean cavity. Anything that's over that
damn.
Not only protect you from visibility, but also protect you physically from a threat.
And his wife is in ICU. That's not good news.
The natural stone defenses of the quarry could have provided the first layer of protection for any escaping knights. An army of 30,000 was breaking.
Well, you know how to get hold of me on my messenger thing and be like, hey man, you know.
From the Confederate period, Yahil Selinger spent the last 15 years excavating Zedekiah.
Oh, and you can't go see him. They got him on that ventilator shit.
During that period. Yeah. The team is granted special access.
Damn straight, JD. That shit'll keep you healthy. I think it's a cure for COVID. Shunka, do they have them on the fucking ventilators? Is that what's happened here? Because, that's the only thing I'm looking at that's killing our old people. This shit's flu and they're treating it. The treatment is killing people. You can't put pure oxygen in someone's bronchial tube like that. I don't know what you can do about an autopsy, but I'll bet you there's embolisms if they're doing that, and that's murder. See, then he's I don't know what it would take to get an independent autopsy on that though. I'm convinced that's what's killing them. The vent. They shouldn't be using that like that. It's not. I'm not even a doctor and I know better. If I put my lips directly on that fucking hose and was sucking on that thing, I could kill myself. Just sucking pure oxygen off of that fucking hose. Now, if I'm breathing it in with regular air that's accentuating, it's not going to do you much damage. It's going to kind of wake up your cells a little bit. But if you prolong that, it could start doing damage. Just even on a mask. That's why on those masks, they're not ventilators. They inhale regular air too. And you should only be on those for so long of a time because you're going to burn your lungs. You can't put somebody on direct oxygen like that. That is freaking insane. Well, if you have a way to fucking have that looked at, I don't know what it would. You could bring that forward to your elders because I know they're not allowing the people in there to even witness what's going on. Yeah. I've made a few videos about it. specifically euthanizing our old in front of our eyes and shit. It isn't just my word. I brought known medical fucking information about oxygen and oxygen treatment. I mean, like I said, I'm not a doctor, but I went to the doctor pages and brought it forward and was like, man, this can't be true. And it apparently it really is. What's up, Sin? How you doing? Yeah, well, like I said, Shunka, you know how to get a hold of me on Facebook. My messenger, just let me know when you're heading up here. I'll make provisions to meet you. Wherever you might be passing through. Well, I've known you long enough to know you're not a fucking troll or attached to anybody I wouldn't want to talk to. That's for sure. Yeah, I'd be honored to meet you too. You've done your homework. Criminy sakes, you started out with most of this knowledge. The Templars are a grassy knoll in my eyes. Language of the Gods, old Robert's next video we're going to listen to. I don't know if we've heard that one collectively. I think I have. It's pretty decent, I think. Hope I don't have to fast forward. Well, yeah. If you have time, it allows that you can do that. I'll be here unless something crazy happens and Mom tells me to be somewhere else. You know how plans go. I try not to make any anymore. Got me a Cruella. Shit, I just sucked my whole cigar. A little big. I make Cruellas for holding joints and shit. Cruella, 101 Dalmatians. Bitch got herself a fucking cigarette out there. Shit. But they're popular. What can I say? Joint holders for just that. Cruellas. Anyway, let's listen to some Robert. Some more Robert. Hopefully he doesn't talk about swallowing body fluids in this one. Fucking guy just goes off on anything he's reading, doesn't he? He's like, fucking just shut the book, Robert. I don't want to hear about that. All right, Shunka. Take care of.
It's a hazy day today, and smoke from the recent California fires seems to have blocked out the sun. The central part of many philosophies based on astrotheology, a term that means influence that celestial bodies have on religion. This got me thinking about the ancient pyramids. The Magi, ancient Babylonians, or Mesopotamians in general, were well known for astronomy or astrophysics. They studied the stars and planets, interpreting the meaning behind cosmic events. Although magi is usually translated as wise men,
it's a good place to
in this
be.
context, it more accurately means astrologer. And it is in the pattern of the stars where the real meaning.
Speaking of peace, let's look and see what Mama's up to.
While the year is divided into 12 months, there's a larger cycle.
I haven't looked in about 5 hours.
920 years. Known as the precession of equinox, in which there are 12 astrological ages.
Looks like a pattern is picked up speed a little bit.
Ancient
She's probably inducing from the looks of it.
Reference to the age. So, for example, age of Taurus spans approximately the period between 4400 and 2200 BC. It is the age defined by the sun being in the constellation of Taurus on the spring equinox. If you look at civilizations that flourished during this time, you'll notice a lot of.
We may see an uptick in magnitude.
Example is the ancient Sumerian golden lyre of Ur.
Look,
Bull's lyre, which is over 4,500 years old, and is currently in the Baghdad Museum. The head made of gold and blue eyes made of inlaid mother of pearl.
Huge cooling down since I looked last.
The age of Aries, or the ram, spans approximately the period between 2200 and 100 BC. Aries is the Greek god of war, one of the 12 Olympians, and the son of Zeus. For the preceding age of Taurus was a very matriarchal and feminine age, in which fertility cults and agricultural civilization flourished.
Going on with all that density flux.
Incredible change with expansion.
Oh, damn, look at that one.
Venus is the planet ruling the sign and age of Taurus. In the ancient Babylon,
yeah, she keeps cooling down.
The goddess in this great age.
We
changes
because she's on a steady trend to, but well,
venerated animals, the bull or cow.
See what happens in the next hour. Where are we on the map? Okay.
The official ending of the age of Taurus occurred when the Israelites made their exodus out of Egypt, and Moses symbolically destroyed the golden calf, ushering in.
This is an out of place 4-pointer. Really deep.
Depict the start of this period, the solar deity symbolically slaying the bull, whether it be Mithras, statues killing the bull, ending the age of Taurus,
going on here today?
Or Minoan bull leaping, which later became bull
extra
fighting,
ticks when there shouldn't be a tick.
Barbarically killed, or mythology such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, where he and Enkidu killed the bull.
That's a new one.
Hercules also fights the bull during his 12 labors, symbolically represent the passage.
Accordingly, we may be having a tick soon.
As in the prior age, he fights lions, as does Gilgamesh, and even the biblical Samson.
Oddness. I wish that homebrew guy put out a video to explain this to us all. Where the hell did you go, John?
In India, Agni, god of fire, rode on a ram. From his name, we derive the word night. We also derive Agnes Dei, which means the Lamb of God, who was slain in the next age, the age of Pisces. Polarity is at the very heart of the symbol of Pisces, which is two fish swimming in opposite directions.
Where the hell did you go, John?
Together.
You watching this one right now?
Archetypal pattern, the age of Pisces. And so the ancient magician astronomers were not.
We've been getting hit with waves all day.
Knowing which month of planting and when it was time to
I've been over here blowing glass.
Also aware of what some call
welcome back, Thomas.
Or astrological ages.
Getting the grill going. Yeah, I'm going to cook here pretty soon. It's almost 4:20, so I'm emptying my bowl.
And micro scale, regardless if one believes in it. So the ruling class used astrologer priests in guiding the way they govern. from the timing of wars to events used for social engineering, to the schedule of magical rituals, which involve prolonged carnal activity, consumption of psychoactive ingredients, trance-like states of consciousness, and the spoken word in a specific way, similar to chanting, which in today's terminology is considered spell casting. There are about 445 living Indo-European languages, and all of them are descendants of a single prehistoric language, reconstructed as Proto-Indo-European or Aryan, spoken sometime in the Neolithic era. Neolithic means Stone Age and starts around 12,000 years ago, but I'm confident the Aryan tongue stretches back into the Pleistocene or Ice Age. It's just harder to prove. Semitic and Indo-European languages are not classified as being in the same family, because neither group of language has an accepted, identifiable common ancestor. But writing itself,
a yard bird,
scholars go by, is only about 5,000 years old, and with script the language is written, it's not necessarily connected to family.
Those are delicious and cooked properly.
For example, Hebrew script has been used to write both ancient Hebrew, which is Semitic, as well as Yiddish, which is Indo-European, High German. The 22 characters that make up the Hebrew alphabet can be divided into 12 simples, mirroring the 12 months or ages, 7 doubles, like the days of the week, or the 5 visible planets plus the sun and the moon, as well as the elements fire, water, and air. But where did this alphabet come from? Old Hebrew, like the Phoenician alphabet, is a slight regional variant and an immediate continuation of the Proto-Canaanite script, which was used throughout Canaan in the late Bronze Age. Some archaeologists have claimed that its origins can be traced back to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs over 3,800 years ago. Dr. Douglas Petrovich has spent several years piecing together the letters of the alphabet from inscriptions on Egyptian tablets. Here's a brief clip of him interviewed by Stephen Danoon from the YouTube channel Israeli News Live.
Dr. Petrovich, welcome, and if you would, tell us a little bit about, how you got started on this. How did you come about the discovery that the ancient Hebrew alphabet is actually derived from the
Israeli News Live.
Egyptian hieroglyphics?
That fucking guy.
Sure, it's great to be with you and with all of your viewers. I'd start by saying, first of all, I'm definitely not the first one who has connected the world's oldest script with Egyptian hieroglyphics. In fact, over 100 years ago, a British Egyptologist named Sir Alan Gardner wrote a very important work that even much of it stands until today, and he suggested very resoundingly that that hieroglyphics are the basis of the world's oldest alphabet, which has always been, by the way, for 150 years of scholarship.
And the same thing Hebrew is derived through
Semitic language, so it's always been just a question of what is that Semitic language. And I'm actually also not the first to suggest that English is that correct Semitic language. That's the basis for this oldest alphabet.
Everybody seems to have a hard time making the connection. All right, I only got a couple more of these to make. Then my kiln is like too full again. It's already too full.
So he wasn't able to precisely identify all of the letters correctly. And if you're missing or you have wrong a few of the letters, that obviously you can understand is going to cause big problems for correctly deciphering the inscriptions, whatever Semitic language it is. And the other mistake that Grima made was he didn't always accurately draw the inscriptions. And he didn't, at the same time, to his credit, didn't have the technology that we have today where we can do what I did, which is to take all of the important photographs of each of the inscriptions that I've translated and I had projected them onto PowerPoint, and I'm able to study them at up to 400% magnification. And that allows me also to make a very precise computer-aided drawing that can be manipulated after you first try to draw it. So you can keep correcting it until you have it exactly right. As for how I was able to make these connections, it's really kind of by accident. I was just studying Syro-Palestinian archaeology and kind of stumbled into evidence for the Israelite occupation in Egypt before the Exodus, which translates to 1876 to 1446 BC. And that led me on a long archaeological trail in which I was able to identify just an amazing amount of evidence that really exists that's never really been documented or provided by scholars up until now. And probably part of that is because very few scholars are really careful in the study of the field of Egyptology and the field of biblical studies, and then the archaeology of the Levant, which is Syro-Palestine, Canaan, Israel. So in my case, I was able to not only find material cultural evidence such as ceramics and tools and weapons and architecture, but also inscriptional evidence with which I was able to identify several very important biblical figures. We have a picture both of the, or a photo of the inscription, and then a representation of my drawing of it as well. And in Sinai 361, which reads top to bottom in columns from right to left, this inscription actually means Moses. In Hebrew, named Moshe, which is the final two letters on the first vertical line on the fragment that's joined together to the main part of the stone featuring the inscription. And what it says is, how it reads is, our bound servitude had lingered. Moses then provoked astonishment. It is a year of astonishment because of the lady. And the lady refers to a foreign deity, also known as Ba'alah, the She Baal. So she is the consort of the storm god from the Levant, who is considered the chief of the gods. And she was connected to the worship that went on at the site of Beit Hadim. In fact, she had a temple there under her Egyptian name because the Egyptians connected her with Hathor. So there was a temple of Hathor at the site where a lot of these inscriptions were found. And the inscription is extremely important because it mentions activities that went on for the Israelites, for the Hebrew writing people.
The consonants of the Hebrew language itself, as well as Phoenician, correlates to an ancient magical system where letters are assigned a numeric value, a crucial part of Kabbalah, and more specifically, gematria or numerology, which was practiced in all ancient empires in Assyria, Babylon, Greece, Egypt, and likely even earlier. This numeric value can also be applied to other languages, such as Arabic, Spanish, Greek, and English. These alphabets were not based on random sounds, but instead on mathematics, as the language of the gods appears to be linked to number and sacred geometry, which by extension can also be seen in the architecture of many of the ancient temples, as well as more modern cathedrals and mosques. That said, some researchers have also linked the Proto-Hebrew alphabet to the Germanic runes, as there was contact with ancient Phoenicians and Northern Europe, as not only was Europe itself named after Europa, the Phoenician princess, but the Norwegian ethnographer and world-renowned explorer and archaeologist Thor Heyerdahl claimed that the Scandinavian god was actually based in part on a historical figure who had originated from the Caucasus and then migrated a large number of people to Scandinavia, and that Scandinavians are the descendants of the people who once lived in the region now known as Azerbaijan in the modern day Turkey. Almost 12,000 years ago, Göbekli Tepe, the oldest known human settlement using megalithic stone architecture, located in southeast Anatolia, was used as a calendar sanctuary and site of ritual gathering. In the center stood a massive stone and what I interpret as symbolically representing the tree of life. Around it are 12 stone poles with carvings of a zodiac of 12 animals that symbolize the solar year of a dozen months of 30 days each, a total of 360. The same calendar division of 360 for the solar year was used by the ancient Egyptians and in Mesoamerica. On the left is an image of the Egyptian amphilos, a word which is used to describe a religious stone artifact.
Based in 60 through the Sumerians.
As you can see, it's divided into 36 sections. And on the right is an illustration of the outer rim of an Aztec calendar wheel, also divided into 36 sections, with 4 sections on each of the inner arms.
All your 12s, everything. Based on
other examples of amphilos stones have been found at sacred sites such as Delphi in Greece, and one dated to 7,000 years ago from the Vinca culture, housed at the Sofia Museum in Bulgaria. These sites were used for rituals on dates of astrological significance that culminated in divination, a term which means to be inspired by God, and was an attempt to gain insight into a question or situation, a method of seeking divine knowledge to translate ecstatic states of consciousness, or through supernatural means that would seek knowledge of future events by means of prolonged tantric sexual ritual, sometimes before or after.
We are going to hear this bullshit, aren't we?
While reciting certain mantras. Knowledge of these rituals have been retained through the ages and are still practiced by secret societies until today. This clip was aired on Turkish television in 1997, allegedly taken with a hidden camera inside of a Masonic lodge during a ritual only accessible to members of the 33rd degree. The footage appears to show a goat being sacrificed on a checkered floor, with its blood being consumed as prayers are being recited in the Hebrew language. While the footage itself is not particularly shocking, I've included it to show that while most modern Jews dismiss occult rituals as irrational folklore,
they're not.
Incantation or
why do you think the fucking
spoken word
Hanukkah and shit, all the ritual associations,
magical result,
all that,
taken very seriously by some of the most prominent members of society.
Fucking Sumerians, they're the survivors
most
of
cultures have some idea about words having supernatural constructive powers. But no one has this belief stronger than in Judaism. And the Hebrew or Phoenician language itself is not arbitrary sounds, but specifically based on a mathematics that is considered literally sacred.
It's like fucking music to our ears.
Under certain conditions, have supernatural, constructive, and destructive
because
power.
that's not included in their
The Babylonian Talmud preserves several examples of spells, and these types of incantations continue to expand in number and variety of purpose throughout the Middle Ages, especially based on astrological power.
If you don't spell it right, you don't say it right, and the frequency gets fucked.
Which deals with astrology, alchemy, and the natural forces of nature directly, as opposed to ceremonial magic that involves the alleged summoning of spirits.
What?
So while the Bible states that Jews are forbidden from being a, quote, soothsayer, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a medium, or a wizard, or a necromancer, end quote, it also appears from these texts that the Bible views magic as a real phenomenon, and that the most revered figures in the Bible engage in magical art. So how can we distinguish a prayer from a spell, or superstition from a religious ritual? It seems that whether an unusual or supernatural event is considered a miracle and therefore praiseworthy,
or magic and therefore deplorable depends on who does it and for what purpose. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets. They make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link.
I've only
in the
heard a
description
couple of them I
section
didn't
for
like.
those who are interested. I appreciate it. Thank
Like
you.
the guru over there
Please
telling
hit
us
the
it
like
wasn't
button
the
and
electromagnetic
subscribe for future
universe.
updates.
Like,
As
dude, you're
always, I
smoking
look
crack.
forward to reading your comments. So please leave me your thoughts below. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon.
You go, Robert. Here. That's
an outright ban from many mainstream platform mysteries. The symbols often have Hermeticism is a philosophical
the
tradition
crossing,
that
the
gets its name
snake.
from Hermes.
It's
the wise
all
majestic.
connected. It's
The word
Hermes
which means
is
thrice greatest Hermes.
yeah.
And Hermes in Greek mythology was the emissary or messenger of the god, able to move freely between the worlds of the mortal and the divine. He was
He's
associated with the planet Mercury, as well as the caduceus, which is the famous symbol of a winged staff intertwined with two snakes. He was the protector of thieves and the god of wisdom, as well as the equivalent in ancient Egyptian mythology to the god Thoth, ascribed to the god,
because he
credited
was
with inventing writing,
Inky's
the god
other
of
son.
science, magic.
Can't remember his name right now. It's Marduk's brother.
So that's quite a resume. Not to mention, he was often presented as the son of Zeus, the king of the gods. Before we start, I'd like to say that when it comes to interpreting ancient mysteries, the symbols often have multiple meanings. So please keep that in mind. For example, if we look at Christianity, we can use any religion as an example if we wanted to. But let's take Christianity. Some would say that there's more to the biblical interpretation than just words, as one must understand their symbolic meaning to uncover the deeper context of what is being communicated.
Too true.
Christianity also,
but it was being straightforward when they did
it.
The time we just didn't have a context.
For example, the Christmas tree, the symbol that was adopted from earlier traditions
that shit's fucking
existed in places like Europe and incorporated into a religion that was disseminated during the Roman Empire.
Grassy knolls.
There were also other elements that were incorporated into the organized religion that came from the time
incorporated because they fucking made it easier to accept
pattern
all
of
this
stars
shit.
and zodiac. The subject which is called astrotheology,
eagles,
a word that comes from the Greek
snakes.
word astron, which means star, and theology, which means study
the
of
house
God.
of Enlil.
So it's the influence the stars have on religion. Most people are aware that December 25th was probably not the real birthday of Jesus, as few in the first 2 centuries of Christianity claimed any knowledge of his exact day or year of birth. And the date celebrated is more than likely the winter solstice, when the shortest day of the year, after 3 days, starts its yearly cycle over again, and the days begin getting slightly longer until the summer solstice, or longest day of the year. The point that I want to make with this is that just because this is the case does not mean that there are no other esoteric layers of meaning to be uncovered within the symbology. It's an oversimplification to claim that there's only a reference to the sun and other celestial cycles, missing the deeper implications, ignoring the spiritual aspect, thinking it only describes the sun's cycle, which incidentally can also be seen in other ancient mystery religions, such as Mithra, which is famously portrayed as the solar deity killing the bull, which represents Taurus, the transition out of the age of Taurus into the age of Aries, the Aryan age, or Hercules, who has 12 labors, where this deity battles lions, which represent the age of Leo, and so forth.
All Anunnaki handovers.
That there's nothing more to this, insisting that the ancient people merely documented a cycle
whether it be the year, which consists of 365 days that they divided into 12 months, or what Plato calls the Great Year, which is a roughly 26,000 year cycle divided up into 12 segments of roughly 2,200 years each that we call ages, such as the age of Aquarius that we're now in. So it is a deeper, esoteric, or occult meaning that we will touch on today.
And we're coming back into the house of fucking paper again.
Not
We've
that.
been in the house of the little.
That said, probably the most famous literature in the field of Hermeticism and attributed to Hermes, or Thoth, is known as the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean. Whether or not the information stretches all the way back to the time of Atlantis is disputed, and is mostly attributed to European Renaissance outfits, starting towards the end of the Middle Ages. Hermes Trismegistus, however, predates that, as its first known appearance is in a book written in Arabic between the 6th and 8th century. And in Islamic tradition, Hermes Trismegistus is considered the builder of the pyramids of Giza, but may also predate writing from the Holocene altogether. One can argue that alchemy can be traced at least to ancient Egypt, which used to be called Kemet, from where we get the word alchemy. Kemet translates to black land and has nothing to do with skin color, but rather is an esoteric concept that is symbolic of the mother goddess, as everything, including life itself, is first born from black. If you look it up, you will likely find explanations that speak to the fertile black soil of Egypt along the Nile. But remember, we're talking about the esoteric interpretation, and in the occult context, black is associated with goddess, just like the black Kali goddess in India, or the Black Madonna, which the Templars introduced into Europe after their time in Jerusalem, whose civilization also has its roots in ancient Egypt. I have a video that explains this in more depth called Baphomet and Sophia, Goddess of Wisdom, which I will include a link to in the description. So let's move on now to the Emerald Tablet. The true original source of the Emerald Tablet is unknown, but what is known is that it is regarded as holding the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical substance capable of turning base metals such as mercury into gold. Now, as I tried to articulate earlier, religious stories often have multiple meanings, and one should not cling to the most obvious or literal interpretation. The same goes with alchemy. While I personally do subscribe to the possibility that metals might be transmuted into gold, the deeper implication here is the transmutation of substances into spiritual matter, or divine gold. Isaac Newton, who incidentally was born on December 25th, was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, and alchemist.
I know how to
And it is
make
an
those.
excerpt from his translation of the Emerald Tablet that I will now read.
I know how
It
to
is
make
true without
soba.
lying, certain and most true. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below.
It is, 'cause it's all
These are
magnet.
miracles of one only thing. And as all things have been and arose from one by the mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in its belly, the earth is its nurse, the father of all perfection in the whole world is here. Its force or power is entire if it be converted into earth. Separate thou the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross. Sweetly, with great industry, it ascends from the earth to the heaven, and again it descends to the earth, and receives the force of things superior and inferior. By this means you shall have the glory of the whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from you. Its
Force is above all force, for it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. So was the world created. From this are and do come admirable adaptations, whereof the means is here in this. Hence I am called Hermes Trismegistus, having the three parts of the philosophy of the whole world. That which I have said, operation of the sun, is accomplished and ended. While there is much to be said about this short passage, I will focus on what I feel are some of the key points. So let's start at the top. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do the miracles of one only thing. As above, so below can be interpreted in many ways. For example, life down on earth mirrors celestial cycles in the heavens, which is the basis for the field of astrology, where certain energies in nature are most available at certain times following a repeating pattern. An example being the four seasons. Another way to look at this concept is that above means outer, as in the exterior world, and below means inner, as in the internal, subjective, or spiritual world. Next sentence. And as all things have been and arose from one by the mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation. While our senses tell us that things are separate, literally by distance, in certain abstract disciplines like math and physics, the universe is very much interconnected and not really separate at all. So the illusion of separateness comes from the perception of things being in various different states, such as dense matter or liquids or gases, etc. But it's all really one substance in various states of being. Next sentence. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in its belly, the earth is its nurse, father of all perfection, and the whole world is here. Its force or power is entire if it be converted into earth. In this context, the sun represents fire, which makes sense as it radiates heat. The moon, symbolically speaking, represents its counterpart, which is water, even though it's not wet. Remember, we're talking about symbols here, not literal. So the sun radiates out and is male. The moon is magnetic, is cool, and represents the female. The wind is the element of air, and we're told that it carries something. While invisible to the eye, one need only think about where the dew that collects on a blade of grass comes from to understand that within the element of air, there can be something else. In this example, water. The earth is its nurse. The earth is also one of the alchemical elements, and we're told that it nurses something, likely the same thing that is carried by the air in its belly. So we have four elements: fire, water, air, and earth, and a hint of a fifth element, which is alluded to but not named. But in the next sentence, we're told about its perfection and force.
The
this
magnet
concept is expressed in the shape of the Great Pyramid.
It took you all the way to get here?
Similar pyramids in China, which have the exact same shape and orientation, with four base points and a missing elevated top or fifth point, which may or may not have been golden at one point in time.
May or may
in any
not.
event, each of the four elements contain the other elements within them. So while there's at least undetectable trace amounts of moisture and matter, for example, if you were to compress soil, you may get a droplet of water. You could also convert water by heating it and evaporating it into air. And as in the same example of dew, air contains some trace amount of water and can be heated up into a gas or flame. But they all contain the mysterious fifth element as well. And while each element is progressively less dense, from earth to water to air to fire, the fifth element is the most subtle of them all, called ether in alchemical chemistry and early physics. It was believed to fill the universe, and while modern academia claims to have debunked the concept, the belief in ether as an element was held by medieval alchemists.
Held by me too, but it's not called ether
Buddhists,
today.
Hindus, the Japanese, and Tibet. Next sentence. Separate thou the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, sweetly with great industry. It ascends from the earth to the heaven, and again it descends to the earth, and receives the force of things superior and inferior. We already touched on this a bit, and it speaks to the distillation we see medieval alchemists engaged in. Beacons and ovens, where they appear to be refining, mixing, heating, and distilling liquid, trying to isolate this fifth element, which is also
well, they're messing around with the wrong element.
It's considered a psychic, spiritual
To find it.
superior to the other
They needed to look inward.
and is so elusive
In
that modern machines are not
magnet, but
sensitive
they don't have that knowledge.
and may only detect it indirectly. This is what is also known in Asia as qi or chi, Wilhelm called orgone, and tried to amplify with his orgone box. The device whose effects are also related to the shape of the pyramid, the topic I covered in the video on monoatomic cult that was unfortunately removed. It is also called prana in places like India, and in esoteric communities of Germany, it is called thrill, titled
Hey, hey. We call it electromagnetics.
was said to heal disease conditions and have the same magical ability to rejuvenate the body. But as incredible as that sounds, it's only scratching the surface, and it's only here where this presentation really starts. Next sentence. By this means we shall have the glory of the whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from it. Its force is above all force.
Yes, I just told her to fuck off.
Penetrates every solid thing. So was the world created. From this art do come admirable adaptation, where the means is here in this. This part gets a bit controversial, and there's a reason this material is taught on a gradient, step by step, over a period of time. And I'm only presenting an introduction, a small portion here. So it's to be expected that many will not resonate with what I say next, but I'll still offer this to you and show those interested where they can find a deeper explanation than I will be giving here. The human being is a composite. While there are solid bones, there's also liquid blood, and as long as there's life, there's circulating air or breath. But if we're to believe Thoth the Atlantean, then as above, so below implies that all elements are contained within, including the subtle ones, namely fire and quintessence. While the physical matter requires physical nourishment to grow and be sustained, the subtle energetic bodies need nourishment as well. Such can be derived from art, music, love, and things that are not physical, not measurable by scientific instruments, yet still exist and are considered very real and equally as vital. So as the physical body is like an alchemical machine that transmutes the food and water you eat and drink into protein and other vitamins that it then reconstructs into new tissues and blood, the mind or spirit also transmute mentally and emotionally. It's not the purpose of this video to prove these things to you, only to expose them to you for your consideration. In occult philosophy, meaning the ancient mystery school religions, which whether you're aware of it or not, are also part of the modern mainstream religions, only hidden, or in many cases altered and aberrated, there is as a primal goal the development of the soul. Now, I'm aware that many religious people will insist that their soul is already fully developed and functioning, and all one needs to do is believe in a certain sentence or recite the sentence out loud, such as I believe such and such is my Lord and Savior, click their heels together 3 times, and like magic, all sins are forgiven and washed away, and after their body expires, they experience eternal bliss, no questions asked. And I'm not going to argue with anybody. If that's your position, so be it. I'm not going to try to convert you or ask you to join any organization. I merely want to share what the ancients believe. And it's not normally divulged publicly as perhaps it should be. The ancient civilizations that dealt in what we call alchemy, whether it be ancient Egypt, Greece, India, China, Europe, or the New World, all believed that spiritually speaking, humanity had somehow fallen from a previously higher state of being, and this was expressed in various different ways. But what was universal was the idea that mankind, rather than mutating from primitive apes into some sort of great modern pinnacle, has been degraded and degenerated, has lost its way, so to speak, and rather than evolving, has devolved. The cult tradition, in its original form, was an attempt to redeem oneself, to rise back up into a higher spiritual state. And this is the basis for pre-Christian metaphors relating to rebirth, resurrection, or a phoenix rising from the ashes, and so forth. It was believed that the human potential was much higher than the current scientific understanding of it, and that through what has become labeled as sinful behavior, this potential is no longer realized. Now, when I say sin, I'm not speaking about being judged by an external deity that punishes you, but sin, as defined as an immoral act considered to be a transgression against divine law, is also an ancient Mesopotamian moon god or goddess, which had also become associated with the planet Venus and goddess in general. But I want to keep this simple and to the point, which involves the appropriate management of one's vital energies, which when wasted or expelled in a frivolous manner, which is also denounced as one of the 10 Commandments, the island of Atlantis, in like manner, disappeared in the depths of the sea.
And this is your head inside this beanie hat. As you can see, it's now dropped to microwatt levels. And if you take the hat off, put it back on the phones, look at that. Shoots right up to milliwatts back again. So this hat does technically offer you protection against RF, proven right here in the tests.
What, you got a tinfoil hat?
Hey guys, welcome to the show. Now they've recently started updating our local 4G cell towers to 5G. And of course, this is great for download speeds, but even according to them, it will increase the radiation levels, EMF radiation levels by up to 400%. So I'm going to be going up close to one of these cell towers. And to be honest with you, every single time I walk past it, I get a slight headache over here. And I think
I get one on my right side of my head.
I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know what it is, but it always happens. So I'm just going to show you up close. And I have one of these. So this is Lanza's EMF RF radiation proof beanie hat. Looks like a normal beanie hat, but it is lined with special protection material. I'm going to demonstrate it on these mobile phones right here. As you can see, the levels there, they're about the low end of what you get when you're close to one of these cell towers in the real world. Yowzers. Yowzers. That is a constant red. Some context. This is my AC Wi-Fi.
In my book, I call this Atlantean myth part of the Cro-Magnon invasions, and part of the story of how Europe actually was populated 35,000 years ago, rather than from magically mutating sub-Saharan African Homo erectus that allegedly marched out of Africa, which is the real fairy tale. This very real cataclysm, which historically happened, according to Plato, took place about 11,500 years ago, which is the exact date given for the end of the Pleistocene and start of the Holocene in any anthropology or geology classroom. To continue quoting the Egyptians via Plato, you remember only one deluge, though there have been many. You and your fellow citizens are descended from the few survivors that remained, but you know nothing about it because so many succeeding generations left no record in writing. While this may be true, many pre-World War II authors did leave a record in writing, such as Helena Blavatsky, who asserted humanity was in the fifth root race, the Aryan race, said to have emerged from the previous fourth root race, the Atlantean root race. She also attributed Cro-Magnon to be the Atlantean race from Atlantis, that populated Europe at a time decades before human DNA had been sequenced.
They had big craniums.
U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly, author of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World,
Bigger
also
than what we
promoted the
got.
idea of a people called Aryans being the
Gotta go
remnants
by
of
volume.
Atlantis
I don't know.
and spreading out after the floodwaters subsided from Anatolia. There were many others, such as Manly P. Hall, Edgar Cayce, and Rudolf Steiner, who also subscribed to the idea of Atlantis and the post-cataclysmic diffusion of civilization by a people known as Aryans. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. I'm grateful and appreciate the support I've been receiving. There should be a link below for those that are interested. I also appreciate anyone that shares these videos. Thank you.
You're
Please
welcome.
hit the like button.
I sure. All right, folks. Time for me to get washed up, ate up, take myself a nap, possibly fill that kiln again later tonight. Coffee. Have a good evening.